Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, it's May 24th, 2025. We're going to get on with this show here. We still got about like about 3 hours before the game come on tonight. Game three, OKC and at the Timberwolves. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about last night's game because that's all let's talk about. And then whatever else come up. Yeah. So hit that like button. Shout out to everybody in Lions Day basketball community. So here, let's have a good show. Shout out to Dana Berry Sports. Shout out to um, Little OT Salute. I'm just waiting for everybody to come on in. All right. Until everybody come, we're just going to sit here and just break down the box scores here right quick. As the Pacers beat the Knicks 114 to 109. Hold on a second. I need to clean my glasses off right quick. All right. We got Pascal Siakam. He had 39 points, 15 of 23 from three. He was 3 of 5. He was 3 of 5 from the three. He was 68 from the free throw line. He had 5 rebounds, 3 assists. He only had 1 turnover. And he was plus 16. Pacers had 1, 2, 3, 4. They had 5 players and actually 6 players in double figures. Halliburton was 5 of 16, 3 of 10 for 3, 1 of 2 from 3. 8 rebounds, 2 of them offensive rebounds, 11 assists, only 1 turnover. He had 14. And Pacers shot 51.8%, 43 of 83, 13 of 30 from 3-point range, 43.3, 15 of 21 for the free throw line, 71.4%. They had 7 offensive rebounds. They had 25 defensive rebounds, 32 in all, 26 assists, 6 steals, 3 blocks. They only had 10 turnovers. If you have about less than 10, I said 11, 12 is around that range. Just having 10, that's you're gonna be in ball games. And for the looks of it, how I'm looking at it, I know what the mainstream wants, but it looks like he's about to have two small markets going at it in the final. I think it's going to be a good final, but I know the series ain't over. But by tonight, we can really, see if Minnesota can make some adjustments and things like that. We will be talking about that. But anyway, let's go to the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson was 13 of 27, 48.1%, 5 of 12 from 3, 5 of 5 on the line. He has 3 rebounds. He had 11 assists. He has 1 steal. He had 3 turnovers. He was +4. Karl-Anthony Towns, 6 of 14, 2 of 5 from 3, 6 of 6 from the free throw line, 7 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds. He only had 1 turnover. He had 20 points. Mikal Bridges was 9 of 18, 1 of 3 from the 3 and 1 of 2 from the free throw line. 7 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 2 assists, 2 steals. He had 2 turnovers. He was a -7. Anunoby was 6 of 11, 2 of 6 from 3, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. He had 5 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 1 assist, 2 steals. And he only had 1 turnover. He was a +5. The Knicks was 40 of 84 from the field, 47.6%. That was 11 of 32 from 3-point range, 34.4%. 18 of 21, 85.7%. 10 offensive rebounds as a team, 28 defensive rebounds, 38 in all. They had 18 assists. They had 6 steals, 4 blocks. And they only had 12 turnovers. But the time when they made, and Siakam basically just, man, he had it, man. He was just unstoppable last night. And one thing I noticed though too, they always say that these players are, and I ain't taking the swipe, so y'all can't get mad but what these people be saying, right? They be saying these players are bigger, stronger, faster, and all this stuff, and I just don't understand with a big man, like especially if you're a small forward, you have a guard that's on you, and you don't have a skill set to dominate that matchup, especially all the switching and everything like that. It's just crazy to me. I see so many times the Knicks have Halliburton on them, and nobody try to eat them up in the post. You don't have nobody that can eat them player, but it just drives me crazy. If you don't got nobody to dominate, you can't add that to your game.
Brian, why did you let JJ Pereira guard you? Why did you let Jason Terry guard you?
I mean,
Don't
when
make
I'm
sense.
seeing Bridges, when I see Bridges on Halliburton, I'll be like, okay, like, man. I remember back in the day, if I'm 6'1", so if there was a dude that was like that on, and I'm guarding him, he looking at me like, really? Especially, dude, they gonna try to eat me up in that paint. Like, dude, you too small. Let me know. Hey, man, you too small to be down here, but I'm gonna respect you. But I'm gonna have to do you something. But I know you ain't
That
gonna
shit
give
ain't
up.
work. That big man shit never worked on me. They might score a couple times, but they not finna move me. I'm too strong for that shit.
I ain't that
Being under
strong.
5, nigga, being 6'1", you ain't moving me, bro. Like, cause I already know I'm not finna let you get to a spot. You tripping?
That
They
part,
try to call
yeah.
that shit in the game on me, nigga. Guard my big partner, bro. And that nigga was coming down the court. I must have checked his ass at the 3-point line, nigga. And then he tried to nigga walk me into the post. I'm like, nigga, you ain't getting into this post. This spot is just as much mine as it is yours. Ref don't call it foul. I'm like, nigga, nigga, you tripping. I'm not, nigga, what you mean? That nigga ain't finna fucking nigga
You
bodying
think
me
it's
down here like that. I'm about to give it back to him.
you think it's gonna be a small market NBA Finals? I think it is.
It could be. It could be. But guess what? That small market NBA Finals is really the best team, though. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. You know what I'm
No,
saying? The NBA got an issue with trying to make sure the big market teams make it. But guess what? These small market teams got the best players, to be honest with you, and they got the
mm-hmm.
best coaches. So it's you can't sit there and just try to make it seem like they're not deserving of this. Like, you know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
Because
Yeah.
if they wasn't deserving, they would be out of the playoffs. Like, you feel me? They advanced. I don't give a fuck about injuries, none of that. Your team didn't get it done. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond, you didn't get it done. LeBron and Luka, you didn't get it done. You just didn't get it done. Giannis, you didn't get it done. Giannis and Damian, you didn't get it done. So where's all these guys? Like, motherfuckers talk all that shit, nigga. Go get it done then. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Nigga, it's rigged and all the other shit. Go, nigga, will go against the grain then, nigga. Don't go with the rig. Like, nigga, don't play bad on purpose. Nigga say, oh, they supposed to win. Nah, I'm gonna fuck everybody's script up. Go win the game. Period. That's why I probably would never be able to be allowed to be around the NBA, bro, because nigga,
Me either. I could do that.
they wouldn't let me, like, you know what I'm saying? If I was a coach or a player, you know what I'm saying, just a hypothetical, I'm not going along with no scripts. I'm not finna you can't pay me to play bad and not shoot the ball. I'm cool. I don't want none of your accolades. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm trying to win. That's the only thing that matters, nigga, is winning. Period. I'm not into all that other shit, though. That's why the league is trash right now. It's too many actors. It's a bunch of reality shows. It's a bunch of reality shows. Straight NBA and
big old soap opera ass niggas.
Niggas out here now. Why you don't want to shoot the ball? Like, none of the motherfucking listeners actually think that it sounds like a tape recorder of the match. I'm tired of these motherfuckers talking about their players. I need 40. You think Michael Jordan gave a fuck about all that shit? Michael Jordan said, "You need to rock, nigga. I need to go drop 60 tonight, nigga. Y'all want to win? I'm gonna be The best players I judge, nigga, is the players who have a mentality to go out there and kill their opposition. Not none of that. Oh, I'm passing the ball to make the right read. I'm gonna pass the ball. If he don't hit the shot, nigga, I made the right read. Sometimes, nigga, making the right read is I need to go get 50. So I don't give a fuck who guard me. The best defender in the league, you're getting torched tonight. That's what basketball is, bro. That's competition. I'm not gonna pass the ball because of Kawhi Leonard is on, or any great defensive player in the history of the game. You think I'm a pat nigga? What? Oh, okay. Let's see if you can stop me, nigga, 10 times out of 10 times, nigga. You might be able to stop me 3, but if I get you 7 and you get me 3, I'm up on you by 4, nigga. So that means that I didn't score more points with you guarding me, like, you know what I'm saying, than I didn't score. So you have to look at it like that.
That's why people are saying they be scoring this. So I'm like, dude, if you actually watch that game, he didn't score 60 on Kobe Bryant. He scored 60 against the Lakers.
He might have scored on Kobe a couple different times when he was ISO'd up on Kobe. And you can have your bragging rights. I mean, because Kobe got his ass busted by lesser talent or even good talent. That come along with the territory of being a great defender, bro.
That's facts. That's like a great scorer, great defensive player. Look all the shot blockers
Michael
back.
Jordan get his ass torched. Come on, man. I can name a hell of players that torched Michael Jordan, nigga, when he was guarding.
Not even that. We can go even deeper. We can see how many times on the big man getting dunked on. The best defensive players, yeah, they got dunked on, but they got some blocks too. But yeah, you had your day dunk on me too. Facial. Who you think gonna win tonight, bro?
What's the name is gonna drop about 20, almost 20. Naz Reid, he should score about like 18 to 20 points tonight.
If he don't,
If he don't, then they lose. Just like all the other games.
Oh yeah, you standing on that, huh?
Bro, yeah. Niggas
I
don't
like
understand
Nas
the
Reed.
game, bro. Like you have to have production from your bench. Where's your motherfucking best players at? Where's all these other guys you got? Where like look what and you know what? To my point, I said Indiana. Remember I said Indiana, but you have to understand coaching. He put Tony Bradley in the game. Tony Bradley ain't played probably only played a couple games maybe towards the end of the season. Or if there was an injury to Miles Turner, or if Miles Turner elected to load manage that night, and Tony Bradley was the next bid on the depth chart. But if you look at it, he put Tony Bradley in a meaningful playoff game in meaningful minutes. And Tony Bradley went out there, grabbed a couple rebounds, played some defense, made a free throw here and there. And guess what? That's coaching. We ain't seen Tony Bradley all fucking playoffs. This was his first action. And he just threw him in there. That's great coaching, bro, because I'm showing confidence in my players that it don't matter what guy is on our roster. I'm going to put you in a game, and I'm going to make sure, you know what I'm saying, that you get the job done. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what I expect Minnesota and the rest of these teams to do. OKC does it too. They go to a 14 man, you know what I'm saying, rotation. Steve Kerr tried to do it, but he didn't know what he was doing. He's putting Guy Santos in again. You just don't throw random niggas out there with random lineups and think you're going to get the production. You have to develop the talent in order for them to get on the floor. You just don't throw them out there. You get what I'm saying? Like, and that's the one thing that I was like, nigga, what are you doing? Kuminga can get you 30 off the bench. He can get you 35 if he was a starter, nigga, getting the ball. But you're saying, yeah, oh, he can't play with Steph. He doesn't pass the ball to Steph. So fucking what, Steph? Get your ass back on dude, nigga. That's a bucket. That's basketball, nigga. I'm not catering to you. Like, I understand the nigga the Michael Jordan jump shots, but let's just be honest. Nigga, I'm capable of going to get 30 to help you win. Nigga, you don't want my help? That's stupid to me. You want me to sit in the corner and just let you do all that shit and then you expect me to hit threes? That's not my strong point in my game. Period. Can I turn into that later on? Yes. But check this out. I'm not going to be able to work with you then. Trade me. Get me out of here. Period. It's either the coach got to go, nigga, the system got to change, nigga, or just get me the fuck up out of here and let me go do my thing somewhere else. Period. Man. But that's what I say for Minnesota, nigga, Rob Dillingham, Terrence Shannon. You know what I'm saying? You got other guys over there. What's the name? Anthony Mino. All them players, bro, deserve to get some playing. Put in Jalen Williams, you know what I'm saying? Big Jalen Williams from Arkansas. And they put in all them other guys, you know what I'm saying? The Carusos and all them. Let your other guys get some time against them, nigga. Like, I don't understand why you running your starters into the ground, bro. They need rest, nigga. These niggas are humans. If you can't show confidence in your players, bro, then you're just not a good coach to me. No, they gotta sit down and watch the game. You have to sit down and watch. Nigga, how can I get better than watching? On the job training, man.
It gets back to my point when I be bringing home so much on here. It's like coaching matters, right? Like it's player only's coach, but look at the teams that basically lost, right? You know what I'm saying? Can you say they're good coaches? Because a lot of people rate Steve Kerr as a good coach. I don't think he's a good coach because this is what classifies me as a good coach, right? When you don't have your best player all season and you still can take your team to the playoffs without no, playing, in my eyes, if you lose in the play-in, shoot, that's just like you missing the playoffs, but you got extra credit for playing the game. You just lost. You know what I mean? I don't count that play-in stuff. You know what I mean? You're in the play-in. To me, you know, you wasn't in the playoffs, even though you have to play just to win to get in there. But it's just what it is. That's just my opinion. I can't stand that play-in crap. They need to get rid of that.
We know that shit is it's all straight show. It's all for show. How many videos you heard seeing me make about the NBA being a reality show? Let's just keep it 100. Nigga, they probably deleted some of my shit. Like, so I'm just saying, let's just be honest, bro. NBA, you're not tricking nobody. You can't trick me, bro. Like, that shit don't work. I know what you're doing. The NBA is fucking garbage. Are we gonna watch it? Yeah, we watch wrestling. We watch reality TV. We watch movies. Them niggas be acting in the movie. That shit ain't real. So, of course, we're gonna watch the shit because they put the entertainment on top of it. It's entertaining. I want to competing at the highest level. I'm gonna punch your motherfucking teeth out. You're gonna punch my teeth out, and we gonna say mano y mano, nigga. That's entertaining for me. So that's what I want. True competition. Ain't no friends, nigga. Yes, I know you. Yeah, we cousins. Shay and Nikhil Alexander Walker. We cousins, but check this out, nigga. I'm better than you. Fuck you, nigga. You be doing all that foul baiting and flopping. And then guess what? Y'all can have y'all back and forth. I'll see you at the family reunion, nigga. Here. I'm just saying, I lose respect for niggas.
I do too, bro. I feel you.
Some of my closest partners to this day, nigga, we threw hands over basketball, over competition. You know what I'm saying? And we rock to this day. Period. Sometimes it will take that. If that's not popular to all the fruit buckets that's out there, that's the problem. There's too much fruit buckets that's involved in real nigga shit. You feel me? You have to get the fruity niggas up out of here and just let the niggas who like the motherfucker masculine motherfucker, let them motherfuckers go mano y mano, but all these niggas is wearing motherfucking skirts, painting their nails. I mean, that's for the woman. Let the woman do all that, bro. The woman wear the dresses and the skirts and paint their nails. That's cool. That's feminine shit. Ain't no grown man should be doing that. And that's not fashion, nigga. You can't tell me that's fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fashion is wherever you make it. Stop it, nigga, with that all-inclusive ass shit, nigga.
It gets to my... Hey, I just got the stream. And I forgot about that stream. When y'all was flaming John Wick.
Yeah. What's the name said that shit? Did you watch it?
Man, I forgot I was in the comments, man. I was looking in the comments and I was like, man, I know I didn't join this stream.
Nigga, that shit.
I was at work listening. Man, I wish I was on there. Cause I told Wills, bro, the next dude that come crazy, boy, it's gonna be like, ha, get him. And it's gonna be
get him.
It's gonna be a long
flame broil, nigga.
It's gonna be a long, everlasting.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, don't play with me. If you think you can, I'm telling you, we'll flame broil you.
Don't play with me, nigga. Do not play with me.
Yeah, I got into it with him, bro.
Oh.
John Wick.
Oh, with John Wick, yeah, that nigga, we had to make that nigga cry. I ain't seen that nigga since that day, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I remember that dude. I can't stand when people be like, "Well, why are you watching it? Why are you watching it?" And then these people that's paid and bought for it be talking about it. Y'all ain't got a problem about it,
right?
But like the homie said, only people that talk about Jay Reed are more independent people than it is mainstream media.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, you can't make this up, man.
You cannot make this shit up, bro. Even if you try to make it up, it wouldn't work. Try to make it up, go ahead. I'll give you $10, nigga.
This might be that.
Nigga, try to make it up, nigga.
It's like when Jigga came out with that stream and how he did all them chapters of why Jay Reed ain't the GOAT. That joint used to have them boys in the boy, put the fanboys in the chokehold.
Put the fanboys in the chokehold. I told you, bro.
Man, it's like robbery, bro. Because you know how you get them big ass bags of Tiss Ahoy's?
Yeah.
When you get the bag, you think you got a lot.
Yeah.
And it's halfway air in them mugs. And they think it gets you though because you feel like, oh, there's right here. But you look at all that air because that's what I miss about our days, boy. I remember the chips used to be $4.
Yeah.
Go to especially in Louisiana, you go to the candy lady. Man, she got everything, man.
Yeah.
She got burgers, she got dogs, she got boudin, she got
dance, bro.
She's got the Fritos. She got the Fritos, chili cheese Fritos. Nachos. Man, I'm telling you, bro. I remember I was living down there, bro, when I got out, bro. I was telling my boy, I was like, man, it's only 50 cents out here. He's like, man, I know you lying. Like, you come out here and find out. He came out there and find out. He was like, man, I was like, dude, I told you, bro. Like, dude, 50 cents, bro. And you can get a frozen cup. You get frozen cup was 50 cents. You could get one with the fruit in it. And it had the one for the alcohol for the people that like a little alcohol in it.
Big facts.
Get you a candy bar, get you anything. Toiletries, the only thing you couldn't get it there is rubbers. Big Mama didn't. None of them mamas played that. She said, you already know, don't come to my house with that. I give you everything else you need, and I can give you that Bible too.
That part.
Sitting there talking to you. My friend, like the people used to hang out with me. That's like they always like, Terrence, you look it up, and then people be like, Terrence ain't picking up the Bible. You gonna pick it up, you find it.
Right.
Hey, just because I grew up in church, I know where everything is, man. Then you need to pick it up and look at it. Now you know how I feel. I tell you, I had one of the worst punishments the other time. I had to write the whole book of Genesis, my nigga. You know Genesis is a long chapter, bro.
Yeah, Genesis that's the beginning, nigga. Shit, that shit hell long.
Man. If I remember, I think one chapter is like 176 verses. I'm like, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I didn't have time, nigga. I'm skimming through because they're just giving you the geology, you know what I'm saying, everything, and how the world was formed. You feel me? So how God formed the world. You know what I'm saying? The animals, the structure, you know what I'm saying? The trees and the forests. You feel me? And then the genealogy. This person bear children to this person, and who got with this person and bear children to this person, and this person lived for 250 years, and then this person, he lived to 165. It's just like,
oh yeah, you said Ant-Man going crazy today. He better go crazy, and this is the thing though, and this is one thing that I understand. Like, but we seen it before. College basketball players is not being valued. You know, look who else Minnesota got. They got Luke Garza there, a former player of the year. The boy can play and can play in the paint. And he can play in the paint. And he
former
can
player of the year. But you out here playing motherfucking what's his name?
And then he got Dylan Young. Oh, they play Rudy Gobert, yeah, man. I've been told them they need to start playing. I said I get rid of Rudy and keep Nas Reed.
That nigga gets no playing time on my squad, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
I don't sit there and say how many points these players gonna have, because That's y'all dudes that be tricking up your money on them parlays. You
Right.
be like, hey man, come here, man. It's just one of my favorite moments of ever, man. This is when I start like, cause I always been this way. Like, I always thought junk was messed up. Like, start seeing like crazy stuff. I'm like,
Right.
because when they Spurs played the Miami Heat in the finals,
Mm-hmm.
that was a year that JV won his first ring. That was 2013. So I never forget. If you look at that whole playoff run, Ginobili was killing, bro. He was killing everything that was walking, man. Cause you know he was a
Everything.
sixth man, and then he get to playing Miami. The dude was fumbling the ball, everything. I'm like, man, but I'm sitting there looking at the old. I was watching the home. I was like, man, what is wrong with this dude? And the OG looked at me. He was like, man, he was like, man, TP, man. I know you thinking like how we thinking about this. You know, all quiet the minds alike. He got that phone call, man. He really got that phone call. Look how
That
he
nigga
playing, man.
got
He,
that phone,
he,
man.
I mean, he couldn't even. I'm like, Ginobili never fumbled the ball like this. Like, what are you doing? Like,
Wow.
what are you doing,
That nigga got, bro, you already know what it was.
man?
That nigga got
I'm mad about Ginobili about that because Jay Reed they shouldn't even won that series, bro. But you can't take it away. But one thing I will say, eventually in the end, give Kareem back his basketball, my G, and it'll be all over it. That's all I want. Give Kareem back his basketball. You can do everything you want to do, but at the end of the day, give it back. Give his ball back, man. Like boys in the hood, go on, give the man back his ball back, man. You don't deserve it.
Don't get into his ball back, man.
And another thing, this is all you know.
Mm-hmm.
This gotta be said. I told you yesterday, Stephen A. You're not the law of the game of basketball, bro. You're not the law. Real black people don't hear nothing that you say. They look at you like you're the KKK.
That's funny.
You know, get your crazy Sherman Hensley. Get him. Old Jimmy the Cricket face having ass nigga. The same hairline from, quite frankly, having ass nigga. My boys from New York, man. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, we gonna support you. Anytime you do a channel, like everybody subscribe to it.
Don't even trick, G. We got you.
I gonna mess the ticket, man. I have forgot to mess the ticket. You know, ticket a businessman, man. So I might have to hit him up after the Diddy party is over in the courtroom.
How you doing this afternoon, gentlemen?
Man, we waiting on this killing spree. What's gonna happen tonight? Who's gonna win it tonight, in your opinion?
OKC has momentum. They took care of business at home. SGA showed out. Now their test is going to be on the road. What type of game plan is Minnesota going to put in place to get the ball out of SGA's hands? And not only that, is Anthony Edwards really going to use his bag to score efficiently, to keep his crowd into it, to keep his team going? Because shooting all these threes, I don't think you're going to be able to beat OKC like that. You're going to have to do something different. You're going to have to get some people in foul trouble. The only way you can really do that, you got to go to the basket. You got to utilize Jason. I'm sorry, I'm about to call him Jason Randall. You're going to have to utilize Randall.
That's who he played like the other night.
Yeah, look, I'm just.
Who is Jason Randall?
I don't know, but he played like him.
Yeah.
Oh
Some
man,
garbage motherfucker who don't know how to play basketball.
Yeah, Jason Randall put my brakes on back in '96. So,
Didn't know he was a NBA.
Start that shit, man.
You see
Yeah, I
what
heard that
happened?
screen today.
Right.
I was in tears at work today. I was like, I forgot about that stream, but I didn't hear I didn't hear that part that y'all was getting them though.
Dude,
This
when he
nigga
opened
sounds
his
so
goddamn mouth and he started threatening violence over a basketball game, I sat back in my bed with my feet up and I was like, I'm giving this dude the best that I got, like Anita Baker. And then what made it so funny,
The best that I got.
fucking Aleezy coming off the top rope with the damn chair. I'm like, okay, let's just keep this going. Let's see how. And then other people was like chiming in, like, yeah, you know how else he cheat the game? And I'm like, well, shit, we got a round table discussion over here. Nigga ran off to go.
Hey, every Frenchie was like, you know how else you see the
He was on the cap, and he said even when Ben Baller sat there and said that, man, you was cap. I'm like, what, Ben Baller? Like, for real? Like, you calling your player out? Okay, so you ain't like, hey, CJ, man, you missing on the milk carton, bro. I forgot your favorite player.
LeBron. Because, hey, CJ is the first person to say that. When Ticket asked CJ, what do you like about LeBron? He says, I like his physique. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I like the way he's built. I'm like, what's that got to do with his basketball game, you sensitive, suspect ass? All about my ass. Fruity Pebbles in your ass.
Get back, but I don't want you to lose track of what you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Minnesota didn't come up with a good game plan. If Jason Randall turns into Cat from New York, they're going down 3-0. They're going to have to hit OKC with a mollywop, get up early, and keep the lead. They can't play this play from behind shit that they've been playing the last 2 games. They're playing a real team. They're not playing an injured Golden State. They're not playing 2 LeBrons with the Lakers. They're playing an actual team.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Sound like you eating snacks before the game.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I like that. Allegedly. But yeah, Aleezy.
I have to look them up, man. They're so good because I ain't had these.
You ain't making rice and roni, are you?
Nah, I'm making some chicken.
Okay, what you got as far as sides?
This is shit. I'm bringing this to the cookout at my sister's house, so I thought I would just bring some chicken with me.
Oh, okay. Make her make all the sides.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they got. I'll find out when I get there.
Well, the one thing at a cookout you don't want to bring back home is diarrhea. So stay away from anything that looks suspect.
And who made the potato salad?
Right. I brought my white girl. She said she wanted to make potato salad. Just toss it in the trash in front of everybody. She'll understand why.
Man, I've been seeing potato salad out here, man. My friends be like, "T, you want?" I'm like, man. I'll be like, who made the potato salad? Looking at me like, why do you keep saying that? I was like, until y'all watch the movie, do not talk to me. I will never eat your potato salad ever.
Right. Shit, potato salad gets you slapped in the mouth, especially if it has like, what's that? Carrot slices and raisins, and it's like, okay, which Becky made this potato salad? Mm-hmm. I know it was you, Regina. You look white.
When I see onions big as big, anyway. But
big cut onions.
Man, yes.
Funyuns. Man, yes. And who puts cornflakes on top of potato salad?
What?
Cornflakes on top of macaroni and cheese, cornflakes on top of potato salad. I've seen it, and like my spider sense was just slap the first pale face next to me. But I was trying to give everybody a benefit of the doubt. Oh, I'm sorry, T. I'm sorry, T. Man, I heard you growl. I was like, oh, I got this man in the Matrix. This dude is in the sunken place.
I can't even. Man, I'll walk out so smooth, so fast. People already know.
Where T-Price going?
People already know. People that know me, they already know I am, man. If I see, man, I'm out. But cheating, I don't care. I don't care if the food is so good, make you want to slap your mama kind of stuff. I'm out. my people that know me, they know when I'm gone, I'm gone. And then next thing I know, hey man, soon as you left, bro, da 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 went down there. I like, see. That's why I'm glad God gave me a sense of urgency to get away from you in this environment because I knew too many niggas in one place. It's like don't trust them niggas in the room because 3 or 4 niggas gonna get into a fight over nonsense.
A gal, old money. You smoked up all my weed. I had cocaine on the coffee table. When you left, it wasn't there. It's gonna be something.
I ain't never seen nothing just like that though, but I heard people tell me story about that, man.
Yeah, look, but you don't invite those relatives if you're trying to have a good time. You don't invite Junior, Bubba, Ray,
Ray.
Right. Little man, and he's a grown ass man now. You called him little man when he was little, and now he's 46 years old. And you still call him the same name. Those are the guys you don't invite to the graduation party when y'all trying to celebrate something. You invite them to like a wake, or just a wake, because I can't think of anything else you can invite them to. I have people in my family. I don't mind calling their names because we don't really hang out like that, and most of them are already dead. You didn't invite Junior. Junior, dude, he made every occasion worse because first he's coming already pre-drunk. He's gonna get all the way drunk at your facilities, whether you got liquor there or not. And he gonna try to grab somebody's ass or he tried to hit on our auntie in front of her husband, and we already know how that went down. So that's how he got on the do not fly list when it came to being invited to family gatherings. And then you had Michael, who was the closeted individual in our family, but he didn't want to tell everybody that he had the germ. And then, he eating off people's plates and stuff, and he had to be physically removed from the family reunion back in '92. So he got on the do not fly list. What's cool with you, bro? Elise, you were there. Don't act like you don't remember that.
That part.
And yes, he was eating off of everybody's plate, and then somebody had to come whisper in my grandma's ear when she was alive, Michael, he got, that 3-letter death sentence. And then she tried to talk to him. He was like, y'all judging me. And then next thing you know, Uncle Rodney and, Uncle Bruni had to scoop this nigga up, give him some encouragement out in the parking lot, and then send him on his way. So,
Lord have mercy.
Hey, I ain't the only one with people in the family issues. You seen the movie Soul Food? There's an uncle that fucked a cousin. Am I the only one that had that happen in my family?
Hey, I know it's such, but me personally, I haven't heard anything like that. I'm just talking about for me. I heard stories of that happened to other people, families and stuff. As far as what I know, I don't know because nobody don't tell me anything. I think the less that I know, the less that
you get involved, right?
Yeah. So, and then you can't unchange things, that people have done in the past, though, too. What I mean?
That's true, T. Price, but you can keep those people the hell away from the family.
That part, yes.
Because I got a do not fly list. And unfortunately, I have my youngest sister on my do not fly list because of the way she's acted and the choices that she's made to affect my family. I love her, but I love her even more when she's standing the hell over on the other side of the city or the state or the country. I can forgive you of anything that you do to me, but see, this is the one thing I can't do. It's hard for me to forget. I'm sorry. I want to be the person that can wake up and act like the shit didn't happen, but it's hard for me to forget those battle scars. I love you
all the time. You forgive, but you don't forget.
And I give people credit that are able to forgive and then just forget those things. Now, if something bad happened to her, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I'm not going to be there for her. I might hesitate, like, you know, a good Kyrie hesitation, but I'll try to be there for her. But the love is not going to be like it was because of what you did to put me in this situation. I got cousins that I just don't mess with because their lifestyle choices, I'm not talking about what they identify as, it's just, I don't think you should be messing with Richard. Well, you don't know anything. And then they get married to him and he moves them to another side of the country and beats the shit out of you 24/7 breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then you come back to the family welcomes you and your new kids in, and then you want to go back with him to repeat the process. Hey, on the new do not fly list. The next time he goes through a round of blood sport on you, don't call me because obviously you like it. All right. So we had you over here after the first time.
I seen it both ways growing up. I used to know some dudes used to get beat down by some chicks though, people and man. And you wouldn't even think these women actually put hands on the dude, man. But I used to know some, man, their hands was licensed because their dad was a boxer, or uncle or somebody in their family was a boxer, and they trained them how to box. And you'll see the hands, like, man, them hands ain't gonna do nothing. Man, I used to see some dudes looking crazy, bro. And I always sat there and said to myself, that would not be me, buddy. I always looked at other people and just be like, apply it to my life, but you never know who that is. I had some women try to try me before. I'm like, this ain't what you want to do. I'll leave before that. You ain't leaving, I'm gone.
But I lived in a family that is majority females. Growing up, it's just me and my cousin, little Rodney, that was just the male cousins, and then we started making boys. But I have a friend, I'm not gonna mention his name. I'm gonna give him his dignity. I love him. You know, I've known him for about 12 years. But just what you just said there, T. Price, and nobody wants to sit up there and make a episode of, you know, anything about the fact that when the abuse is coming from the female factor, and then, you know, when she was pregnant, she pulled some glass on him. She tried to pull him down the stairs and hit him in his face. And the one time that he retaliated and slapped the damn Slurpee juice out of her inner cheeks, then she wanted to call the law on him and try to take his babies away from him and this, that, and other. And then while this nigga was locked up, and I love the man like a brother, he's the closest friend to me that I can say is like a brother. She tried to try to convince him to put her on his 401k, and she would drop the charges. And I'm like, man, yeah, there's no Tyler Perry story, Diary of a Mad Black Man, because the shit won't sell. But as soon as we hear about these horrible things that are happening to females, traditionally black females, everybody want to play like there's no reason to hit a woman. Look, there's always a reason, but we got so many dudes doing it for fun, and on the flip side, we got so many masculine ass women that think that they could just beat up a man. And then people are sitting up here wondering why, you know, chivalry is been in the ground for about 25, 30 years. I still open up the door for a female. I still open up a door for children and older individuals because I'm just built that way. But it kind of makes me feel kind of weird when there's a man about to
teach my children too, bro. Always.
Right on, Elise. But that's why I feel weird. You have a guy that's probably a little bit older than me or younger than me, and there's a woman in back of him, and he'll just go in the door and won't even hold the door open for just let it close on her. And I'll just be like, man, I can understand why.
I'm not trying to be like that, but I've seen it so many times though too. So you do got them dudes that sit there and open up the doors for them women, and women be ungrateful, don't say thank you, don't say anything like that. They roll their eyes. You still ain't getting my number. Like, girl, ain't nobody open up your number, man.
Nobody asked you for your number.
Like people attention. That's why I'm very short with people, man. I'm like that in life, bro. Like, I ain't got time to kiki and Kanye with you, man. Like, and that's why.
How'd you know my twins, Kiki and Kanye? I didn't tell you about them.
Hey, he be Kiki and Cayenne out here, bro. I'm telling you, man, because by me and my work field, man, and man, people out here where they literally push your buttons, like I never seen people that are so self entitled and 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 you just like me and you treat me like I ain't nothing like you, but we still in the same boat. But you in here getting this business from my place of employment, you know, because I'm telling you, I live in one of them states, man. You can't really, man. I'm telling you, hey, they made videos about me in this place out here, man. Me telling people off and cussing people out, man, and putting and almost being a dude for saying the racist word. I'm serious, bro. I'm very big on customer type treating people how they want to be treated, but you ain't gonna sit and talk to me like I ain't nothing, man. You ain't gonna do that. And another thing I can't stand when a person snatch money out of my hand. When you snatch money out of my hand, boy, look at here. You can't do that out here, boy. I'm telling you,
you're tap dancing on one of my pet peeves. Look, I almost went to jail over some. Oh man, my bad. I almost went to jail over somebody giving them money and they giving me change and flicked it at me. And then it took me a minute to kind of gather myself. But again, that goes back to that whole gorilla attitude I developed over me being an adult. And that's why King Kong is the best kaiju.
Here we go.
And you don't think I forgot you didn't make your pick either, T Price, but I'm giving you a pass because it's your panel. But
thanks, bro. I don't get into the movies. I don't.
I know you were just so laid back in the cut, but I thought Easy was on my side, and I hope he's listening because he gonna make his choice because he kind of like laughed himself out of that, but he could tap dance himself out of it last time, but not this time. But look, I had to teach myself something as an adult. I don't want to go back, and I don't plan on going back. If I have to go back and be over protecting my family, my children, or whenever I end up having the grandchildren, but I'm not going to go back over some stupid stuff. I'm just not going to do that. So it's all about life choices, and that's why my talk game is on point because I could make you feel bad without having to get violent. And I respect Ron Ton. He's from a different type. But I don't disagree with what he said last night. When you get to the point where it's past respect and it becomes personal disrespect. T Price, I'm with you. I used to be at a call center. I used to work at MCI back in the early 2000s, and I liked that job until you start getting those people in certain parts of the country that would talk to you a certain way. And they would have their chest out when they, I've been called the N-word on a call center call line, and you want to know something? I went crazy. I was like, dude, I got your address right here. I'll be up there in 45 minutes, even though he was in South Carolina. I've been called out of my name so much on the call center that I told myself I can't do that. I can't be in that type of field. And then now that I got my CDL and I do deliveries now, you got people like early in the morning when you got to make deliveries, especially when it's cold, and you're like, man, I'm trying to get this delivery. I don't got heat in my truck. I'm trying to get in and out. And they'll talk to you like, well, you're going to have to wait. And I heard this one dude, and I was in a rural part. So I was like, I'm not going to make it out if I go there with him. And you saw him getting ready to say the magic word. And I just had to stop him. I was like, we ain't doing that today, dude. Just let me know when I can come in. I'll be in my truck. And I was just sitting up there just contemplating if I just go in his mouth just a couple of times out here by this dumpster. Is there any cameras out here? But then again, you got to make the right decision. Oh, man, then next thing you know, my life is in jeopardy. I already got one strike. If I do this, I'll probably get the second and third strike. You just got to walk your way through all that. But people like to push your buttons. They love to do it.
I tell my coworkers be like, man, how you could deal with that? I'm like, man, you've been in the positions that I've been in. You actually been in them trenches, and then once you did your time, as they say, You serve your time to society and everything like that, and then you got people that really want you to just take you there, man. Hey, there's a couple of times I told people, I'm like, man, you better be glad, man, that I'm not who I used to be, bro, because I'm not dumb. I'm not gonna spaz out and lose my and do some crazy stuff to you because this is what people want and this is what society wants anyway. So I'm not about to fall on that level, but not saying that I be letting them know, even deeper tone, even them looking straight in their face and everything. Hey, I ain't no punk ass dude, bro. You ain't gonna be talking to me like, oh, a woman. Oh man, that's I don't told all so many of them out here. It don't make no sense, and they still like to play. Lately I just been, I ain't been coming across none of them, but but I haven't seen none about a couple of weeks or so. But I know they be coming back around. And then I just asked my co have you seen such that? Like, nah, they come on my shift, and she very disrespectful. I'm like, see, but y'all be saying that she's not. I'm like, you guys gotta let people know you can, like you said, I could tell you off and don't even have to lose my job. It's just straight conversation. You know what I mean? Take it how you want to take it after that. You know what I mean? But it's just a shame. But then again, it gets back to the Bible thing too. Every generation gets worse and worse. And shout out to there is people out here that still raise their kids right. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. When a person give you something, thank you. When they come to the store, put the thing up there, make sure it's scanned. And, you got some honest kids out there. Got parents that actually raising them right, but that's far in between. You feel what I'm saying? But the ones that are, keep on doing that, man, because ain't that many of them out here. I can tell you that. But I'm telling you, I don't do them little slang toss, them YNs, the youngins, whatever. I call a new generation A. And shout out to the ones that are raised right, and got to go against this nonsense too. Because you do got some that are raised right, and you just don't know where they at. But there are
But
some that are raised right. Then you got some that are raised right and still go along with the get along though too.
and
You
then they
got
get
some
what they deserve when they do that. But you brought up a good point, and I'm never going to ever shy away from what the Bible says. And especially in 2 Timothy 3:1-5, it says that during the last days there will be people that won't have a natural affection, but most importantly, it says disobedient to parents. And then when I look at that, and then I look at certain times when I'm going into a store to do my job, and you got kids talking to their parents like they on their level, like you ain't gonna do nothing to me. I wanted to slap a child in his mouth for using the F word to his parents. And they were just sitting up there like defeated, like they couldn't chastise him or grab him by his ear. Or
because they used to what society. So because again, that's where the devil still steals and destroys, right? So that's where because we seen it growing up. Because you remember in the '90s, once they they took prayer out of schools, right? Like once they did it, I remember when I was in high school, even though I didn't join a club or whatever, but they used to have a club called in the Midwest called Fellowship of Christian Athletes. That was a big old thing. And then once they took that out of schools and started praying out of schools, I was like, man. And I remember the old people saying right then and there that this is the beginning of the last days. I remember they were saying that back in the '90s.
yeah, the thing that I tried to do as a father, and I continue to try to do, is I always taught my children to be different. And it's a difference when I know what I'm telling them what they're supposed to do when they're around me and they acquiesce around me. But it's another difference when they're not around you and they're still practicing what you put into them and instilled into them. I don't expect my children to be perfect. Why? Because I'm not a perfect father and I was not a perfect child. So I don't expect them to be perfect. But what I do is I was like, look, I don't get a chance to go back in time and do it all over again. But in a sense, I do with you. I want you to learn from all of my mistakes. I'm not going to hide my mistakes from you. I want you to learn from all my mistakes so you don't get put in the same type of position and end up having to face the same type of consequences that I did. So it's either you're going to listen to me and see that my way is right, or you're going to do for yourself, and you're going to have consequences that I didn't even have, because I tried to listen to my parents. I just got in some situations that, you know, I couldn't get myself out of without having to do some time. So, you know, the thing about life is life does not have a set game plan. It doesn't. You know, nothing goes according to plan. That's why you always have to be able to adjust, adapt, or fly. But when you teach good characteristics, most of the time it works. We're all free moral agents. Well, I know there's children that came from good homes and didn't listen to their parents, and then bam, they got caught up. And then there were children that didn't come from a good home but wanted to do something different and end up being the type of person that you'd be like, oh, well, you know, I knew your parents and they didn't raise you like that. It's glad to see that you this, that, and the third. You know, I'm really big on accountability, and I always try to be accountable to my children. Or I try to be accountable to my wife when she pays attention to me. Sometimes she just be ignoring me, but I try to be accountable, you know, just because I know how I was raised. And one of the things that my parents even now struggle to do is to face accountability for some of the decisions that they've made. But that's for another stream. But in the meantime, in the in-between time, Minnesota needs to get their act together. They need to show some fight. They got 2 home games to show fight. They need both home games to get back in the series. They need to punch back. If they go down 3-0 or if they go down 3-1, that's not good enough. If they go down 3-0, they might not make it out of Minnesota. If they go down 3-1, it's going to be over in 5, more than likely. They cannot do what New York did in game 2. They cannot just rely on the home crowd. They're going to have to execute. They're going to have to beat OKC. They can't wait for OKC to beat themselves, because 9 times out of 10, OKC is not going to beat themselves. They can't wait on an injury. They can't wait on mistakes. They got to force mistakes, force turnovers, play good, inspired playoff basketball, because the next round is not guaranteed to nobody. And as New York is finding out, they squandered their opportunity, and now they got to go to that psycho place. And shout out to the state of Indiana. They're getting a lot of scrutiny for the whole thing with the Caitlin Clark, and getting a lot of scrutiny with people saying they racist and this, that, and other. Now, I've never really heard there's racism in every state. Let's just get that out in the open. But I've never heard anything coming out of Indiana when Reggie Miller played there, Paul George played there, who are black players, Danny Granger, Roy Hibbert, even Travis Best said that Indiana was a good place to play basketball. Larry Bird has been there, grew up there. I've never really heard anything about Indiana until these last couple of months. Indiana's got a team that's in the conference finals, and then they got a team that's starting off to a good WNBA team that's getting off to a hot start. If you like Caitlin Clark or not, that's not the point of what I'm saying. Is these small market teams are getting the just due that they deserve, because everybody tried to put the small market teams by the wayside from my vantage point ever since Sacramento in 2002, because everybody kept saying nobody wanted to see Sacramento and New Jersey in the finals. It had to be LA. Or in 01, what was that? 01, who did Indiana beat New York in 2000, correct? Or who did they beat in the conference finals?
No, I'm looking up in basketball rappers right quick.
Milwaukee Price is looking it up. Everybody kept saying that they wanted large market teams in the 2000, 2001, and the 2003 NBA Finals when the Lakers was going there on their three-peat. Sacramento was one of the best teams out west competing with the LA Lakers. Sacramento.
01. Oh
Oh
one they
one.
lost. Oh one they lost to the they lost. Oh one oh two they lost. You done with 2021 when they lost in the first round? The
Yeah.
Indiana Pacers. Yeah, they was 41-41. The next year, 01-02, they was 42-40. 02-03, they lost in the Eastern Conference first round. They was 48-34. In 03-04, they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. They was 61-21. And
Yeah.
then there was 48-38, 44-38, 04-05. And then they lost in the first round. Rick Carlisle was a coach in 05-06.
So this is a small
This is
market team.
that was his first stint because this is his second stint with the Pacers again. Rick
Right.
Carlisle.
So this Indiana team has sustained 3 different forms of a rebuild, and each rebuild resulted in them getting not only to the playoffs but also to the conference finals, where the money finals, as everybody likes to say. Small market teams can survive, but we do not need to sit up here and make excuses why large market teams who get more media coverage and who get more notoriety needs to be forefront in the NBA finals. If you build the right team to get you to the finals, God bless you. But Indiana, who has a rising star, everybody knew about Tyrese Halliburton, when he was in Sacramento and then when he got traded for Sabonis. But he is literally adding to his legacy here in the playoffs. And I'm for it. I like seeing different teams at a time. If you build a dynasty and you go to the finals 4, 5, 6 times, over a course of 8 years or whatever, because you built that team to do that, that's one thing. But to sit up here and take players from a small market team to add to a large market team and then shit on the small market team because they can't compete, that doesn't make any sense to me. So what Indiana OKC is doing is a great thing for the league. It's a great thing for basketball. So I want to see more teams compete. I really do. How do you feel about Tyrese Halliburton, T Price?
Yeah, he controls the game. He controlled the game. I mean, I've been watching him since he was at Iowa State. You know what I mean? So one thing about the Pacers that a lot of people don't know is that make them, you don't know who's going to, lead them in scoring. You know what I mean? They don't care about that. You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting because I really think it's going to be a small market. I think it's going to be small market versus small market. I know a lot of people ain't going to agree with that but hey, it's just what it is. You can look at it in all these sports. Big value, big markets, they thrive, and you got small markets going against the grain. It just varies at each sport, but excuse me, but man, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. I'm liking what, and for the Knicks is concerned, and it's just like, hey, Ron trying to explain it when you gave that like the picks and all that stuff. That's just crazy. You got five picks for Bridges, man. You know what I mean? And you're just looking at that roster all together. Just looking at it, they not. Yeah, they squandered their chance, and then you relying on basically a seven man rotation. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. It's just not. And I don't see any changes that's going to be made. Indiana just proving to me that they are the better team. It's like every time I root for New York, I'm gonna have to start going back to don't even pick against. Even though I want New York to win, just pick against them. Maybe they win that way. Because every time I root for them, man, it's like really want them to do something. They just they wet the bed, man. They literally wet the bed the last 2 games, man. Like And I just ain't never seen you just let a player just get off like that, like with no adjustments, no in game adjustments. That's why coaching is so missed in this era though too. You only got certain coaches in this era, but like out of all the teams in the NBA, how many teams in your opinion you think that actually has a coach? And when I say that, a coach that actually can coach the players.
I don't think there's very many. I might say at the most 10. Off the top of my head, maybe I can stretch it to 13 if I really, really try. Because the coaches that are actually coaches have either been fired or been neutered. I've never thought that Steve Kerr was a coach. Loved him as a player, especially when he was, when I used to see him with the Chicago Bulls. But as a coach, nah. If Steve Kerr would have took that Phoenix job that they were trying to give him, he wouldn't have been able to be the type of the coach that he is now. I want to touch on something that you brought up. I don't even think you realized what you brought up, T. Price. The reason why Brunson was so emotional last night because he realized that he probably got his coach fired. The 2 games of that New York series, the way the breakdown in the first game and then the way he took that ill-advised 3 with 14 seconds on the clock shows that he has piss poor awareness of what's supposed to be done. I don't give a damn if you could score 55 points in the playoffs, but if you can't control the game as a point guard, you do not deserve all the shine that you're getting. If that was, I'll even say a lesser player, if that was Avery Johnson, do they blow that 18-point lead? Absolutely not. If that was Derek Fisher, nope. Thank you for bringing that up. If that was Mark Price, absolutely not. If that was, let's think of some real, if that was Chris Childs.
Rod Strickland.
Right? Definitely not. Definitely not. And the thing that I love about these players we're bringing up, they didn't have to score 45 to show their impact on the game. They didn't. Derek Fisher made the right play. And I'm not trying to say the right play like LeBron says the right play. I'm trying to say he made the right play by looking over to Phil Jackson, knowing what in the situational playoff game that they're in, knowing when to slow it down, when to pick up the pace, and even when to take the shot. Remember, Derek Fisher hit a game winner in San Antonio with 0.7 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
This is what made him a champion. Avery Johnson had the most ugliest left-handed shot I've ever seen in my life, but he controlled the pace. He got, when they had big leads in the fourth, you see him dribbling with the left hand, putting the one finger up, like slow it down. Let's go to a set. I hear you playing Tecmo Bowl, damn it. Go to a set.
I'm killing some time for the game. Come on.
I ain't mad at you. My game is broke right now. I've been probably playing it too. But Avery Johnson will get that time down, get into a high percentage set, and get his team on board. Parker, do the same thing. They were extension of the coach. They will get a high percentage shot to make sure, or the play around the world. Remember when they used to just pass the ball around the arc? The shot clock?
Mm-hmm. You noticed that last night gave you a great example too. When the Pacers had that lead, right? What did Halliburton do? Wasted the shot clock. Wait till the shot clock going down, and then once 10 seconds go, then go make a move. You know what I mean? And
that just goes to show you.
Got the offensive rebound, and what happened? Get it out the Halliburton, kill some more clock. You know it resets to what it resets to what
To 20.
12,
I think it's
20.
resets to 20. Yeah. A 24 shot clock, offensive rebound resets to 20. I think, unless they change the rules. But you're absolutely right, T Price. But that just goes to show you that Tyler Halliburton or Tyrese Halliburton is an extension of Rick Carlisle. And Brunson is an extension of himself. He took those ill-advised shots.
When he shot that last, I was like, man, what are you doing?
Matter of fact, you said game's over.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot we was on the stream last night. Yeah, man. Yeah.
You're like, game over. He literally shot his team out of a chance to tie the series up. And he gave up game one. So those are two games that I will have to put on Brunson solely.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I got a question.
I might have an answer.
Mike Conley, that's on the Minnesota Timberwolves. If they're up by 18 against OKC, do you see him making those bonehead plays?
No. Well, I haven't seen him being up by 18 yet to be in that position yet.
Touche.
But I'm not dissing him in any way because I know I think he'll do what any of the other true point guard would do. You know what I'm saying? So I just haven't seen him in that position yet for me. But if me giving a vote of confidence, I hope so.
Now let me be fair here. I've seen scoring point guards run the clock out. I've seen Starbury run the clock out. I've seen Kenny Anderson run the clock out.
One of my favorites. I used to love Kenny Anderson, boy. That was back then when the point guard was so lethal back then. We had so many great ones.
It's okay you can score, but can you run the team? Brunson has proven he can't run the team, and the chances are Thibodeau is going to get blamed for Brunson's mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Especially to have a timeout. I knew y'all was going to let me in. I broke up that play all the time, but they got one thing about the computer. They get mad when you stop them, boy. They get mad when you stop, and then all of a sudden, the dude all of a sudden just block you all of a sudden.
Right. So if Brunson gets Tibbs fired because of his poor in-game decision, can we call Brunson a coach killer?
I'm not gonna put that on him. You know what I'm saying? It just one thing I will say is one thing I'm constantly going to say. You this era lacks the point guard. They want these dudes to be the point and shooting guard. You know what I'm saying? So, but then it's a players league, right? So, hey, some got to give in that equation. I like all the teams that lost, like for instance, if you had a really good point guard, that's why point guard is very important. That's why Halliburton is having that success. You know what I mean? And even though what's his name? Even Shea, he's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard that happens to play the point. Now imagine how OKC would be if they actually would have a point and let Shea come off the ball. That opened up so much in their offense. You already got a good thing. You know what I mean? And another thing, I got to get that dude some props. I got to get J Dub some props because everybody talking about he ain't it, he ain't this and that, he ain't. Man, you gotta let these man like this is their second time, right? They
Right.
advanced, they advanced, they advanced compared to they did last year. Because last year they lost in the second round, conference semifinal. And Jokic was the MVP. Was Jokic the MVP last year? And he lost in the conference, so it wouldn't even matter. I don't care about these triple doubles, man. This man is really he ain't doing nothing out here what these other dudes ain't out here doing. You know, yeah, every once in a while I see him complaining. You know, that's what they do in this era. But I don't see him do it way as more of a radic than all these people who y'all love to sit there and say is the best thing since sliced bread and humble pie. Yeah, hey, old boy said Mark Price was underrated. Yeah, he was underrated. He said that would mean Brunson dad would get fired. Also, Chris Brunson is an assistant with the Knicks. Yeah, possibility, but I'm not the type dude that's on my channel. I don't be trying to get coach fired and everything like that. I ain't like that, But that right there is just the Knicks is killing themselves right now. It should be at least 1-1 series. You put yourself in the
Absolutely.
8 ball. And not only that, yeah, you do play good on the road. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be interesting. But at the same time, I don't see them coming back from this. I don't. Now, the only way I see them even making it is giving them some kind of hope here. You got and Karl Anthony Towns got to touch the basketball. You can't let Siakam scoring 40 ball. You sitting there having 20. You got to
Did
make that dude
Siakam
play
end up with
defense.
40?
Yeah, hold on. He had 39.
Might as well say 40.
Ugh.
Hey, we know you're trolling Wills. Wills ain't here to defend himself, man.
Nah, it's not just about Wills. It's about every New Yorker. Mm.
All right, man. You're gonna be messing on the milk card, messing with them Knicks fans, bro.
Making a statement. 0-2.
Man, your favorite team didn't make it, bro. Why you got so much hate? Oh, we know it's a rivalry between you and Miami. I get all that. How did you feel as a Miami fan when JV joined your favorite team as a kid?
Oh, when he joined your favorite team as a kid, I was hurt. I was just no, I ain't gonna lie. I was a kid at the time. I was like a little happy little kid. Like, we finna win the championship. We finna win. But as I got older, and then I started watching the replays and history, I'm like, man, we shouldn't even made that trade. Because as we was winning, we didn't know that we just put a target on our back against teams. Because we didn't do that, Kawhi would have been Kawhi. He wouldn't be. If it wasn't for us, no, KD wouldn't did what he did. So,
I see.
That's why.
Well, I get what you're saying, Martin. You just got me remembering. Because I remember when D Wade got hurt. I remember Stephen A. Smith was sitting there saying, "Oh, D Wade needs some help. Somebody need to go down there and help this brother. He needs some help." I'm like, dude's already a champion already. It's like, why does this man need help? And then next thing you know, the infamous decision that was took an hour and a half just to at a boys and girls club, if I ain't mistaken, or whatever it took an hour and a half. But anyway, how you feel about the game tonight, bro? Cause he home, soaking his wounds and wishing upon a star of somebody. I ain't trying to get nobody no fuel. I'm ready for all that smoke though. If y'all JV fans or anybody want to disrespect the players on the plans, we don't do that over here. We seen what them dudes did. They didn't have the power and all this crazy stuff. And we're gonna get into what Rich Paul said too. But go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Talk about today's game with game three. I feel gotta step it up. You know, Thunder's gotta win one. They gotta win one. Because those two games at home against Oklahoma was definitely disappointed. I feel tonight is do or die. You know, and people say, "Oh, they down." They need to really bounce back. I feel like they need to bounce back because people counted them out early. But I hope they still. I mean, hopefully, you know, they prove everything wrong. You know, anything is possible when it comes to the playoff. And the thing is, they got to stop relying on three too much. You know, and that's why the OKC not letting the Wolves get in the paint. It's come down to Wolves making the threes. Don't stop them. Do not let them stop you going to the paint. That's the most thing I could do. Just keep going to the paint. Keep doing what you're doing. Stop relying on three so much. But if they stop doing that, you know, they can win these two games. You know, so that's what I'm hoping. Hoping for, and man, cause it's bad. I mean, because you don't want to, because it's bad when you're a team and you're down 0-2.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
What does Minnesota show you that gives you hope that they can get a game in this series?
Oh, that's a good question. They feel like they have hope because they are more veteran team than OKC. OKC is a young team, young team that's not on the rise, but they have a young team that's very solid. Timberwolves, they have veterans. They have some good veterans in those between them. They could definitely fix those things like how they did with LA and the Denver game. You know, with the Denver my bad, when the Denver series, you see how they was, you know, finally getting, you know, definitely the pieces, definitely for the pieces to I mean, not my bad, not the Thunder, the Warriors. You see how the Warriors was like when the Warriors beat them, when the Warriors had won that game. You see them, you started seeing them. They started figuring it out. Start folks. That's what I said. They start figuring out. Start attacking the paint. Like, okay, we're not in the three so much. We gotta go attack the paint because we attack the paint. Nobody stop us from winning the game. And that's why if you look at the Lakers series, you see them attacking the paint. You see the Warriors series, like I said, attacking the paint. Now they can do that. All they gotta do is not let Thunder put pressure on them into making them hit those threes. You know, if they stop getting, if they don't let the Thunder put that pressure on them, they'll be fine.
I don't think Minnesota is making the right adjustments in game or in the last two games when they have a break in between. I see a lot of bad habits that are showing their face in the playoffs. The playoffs is where you get exposed. Minnesota is 2-3 happy. Minnesota has the size to match up with any team in the league. We've seen that. We was watching it. But when you have piss poor shot selection, that can result in losses quicker than turnovers. Because if you're not hitting open shots or you're forcing shots instead of taking a step in or going through the post, because you could put Randall in the post. You could. They're choosing not to. And even when they do put him in the post, they don't exploit the matchup the way that matchup needs to be exploited. We can argue and say that Edwards has a mismatch no matter who he is guarding him based off of his athleticism. Why is he not using that to his advantage? And I see the piss poor way where they're not using Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle the right way, where they want to take these pull-ups and they're not hitting them. So why keep taking them? You can sit up all day and tell me about analytics. I play basketball. The last things I ever thought about was analytics when I was playing. What I thought about is getting the best shot. And if they don't change that, I do not see them winning a game against this team. They didn't just accidentally win 68 games. That didn't happen on accident. They didn't have a super team. They won 68 games because they play for the most part as a team. They sat most of their starters against Utah and still blew them out with their third string. So that means everybody knows what the offense is. Minnesota needs to stop playing like the game is just going to come to them and make the game come to them. Take good shots. You're down 0-2. You need a win. Okay, let's make it dirty. I don't mean to say dirty. I'm sorry. Let's make it tough. Let's make it ugly. Let's grind. Let's do post moves. Let's do mid ranges. Let's make the game a little half court. Slow it down. Why is that not an option? Because they think whatever happened in the regular season happened in the regular season. That's why it's called postseason. It's a different season. So your regular season don't have shit to do with what you need to do in a 7-game series. And it's time for Anthony Edwards to step up and grow up. If they can do that, and if they can switch up this game plan, because obviously it's not working, they can get back in this series. Anybody disagree?
You're saying the same thing I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. You're saying the same thing I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing because the Warriors not going. Like I said, people saying the Wolves not going to win because people say that because the OKC and Wolves play similar, but OKC they does it highly level more personal, and also they just have a new league MVP. But we said with Ant being a two-way player sound good until you realize that OKC cares nothing about that. You know, they have, like you said, they have weapons. They have Caruso, Wallace, Wiggins, J-Dub, Dort doing the light defense. So Shaw could legitimately take a step back on defense to strike offensive offense. But the thing was that the Wolves were the number one defensive team last season. They didn't focus on high scoring that much outside of Ant-Man, just like with Shot. They used to double base Temple and let the defense fuel their offense. When I meant they played similar. So that's why the OKC got like I said, that's why the OKC got those 2 wins. That's what I'm saying. You're saying the same thing. All they got to do is just go to the paint. Get the mid range, like you said, mid range, just attack the paint. Don't focus highly much on the threes because they were shooting too much threes. So they gotta slow that down. They have to slow that down. And I would not normally put it on Ant that much. It's not just Ant. I'm putting it on. It's like they're playing. That's all of them. They're playing like rookies. You're shooting threes, running around the other way like it's shit guaranteed to go in. Not crashing the board, falling over the floor, failing at the layups, and the dramatic acting. You're scared of the ball flinching when it bounce off the rim instead of snatching the rebound. Not to mention passing it to the opposite team. That's the only problem that the Wolves are having.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm going to say this. The reason why I put it on Ant-Man because your team goes the way of the leader, and we can just sit up here and agree that
Cannon, yes,
that his that Ant-Man is the leader of the Wolves. If your leader's intense, people have no choice but to be intense. If your leader is passive and just like, it's no big deal, the rest of your team is going to be like, it's no big deal. Had that been me and everything is just being said in the media about SGA and me, and he's better than me, he's the MVP, I would have a goddamn chip on my shoulder. I'm going to be a problem for 7 games. I'm going to be a problem to you for 7 games. I'm not going to let you off the hook. I'm going to try to take you to the basket. I'm going to try to use all my skill set to show you and everybody that's watching that you're not better than me. And I don't give a damn if we lose the series. It ain't going to be because of me. Ronton, welcome. I got a question for you, big man.
What's up?
What does it mean to be a bully on the basketball court?
Man, I like a bully.
A bully.
Man, niggas is getting out your way, bro. Like, niggas don't want no problems with you. You play so physical and you know what I mean? And you just got that I do whatever it take to win attitude. You feel me? And you always assert yourself. Whatever game you win, you always assert yourself. You feel me? So like bullies, ain't too many of them in the field right now.
That's why I say Minnesota needs to turn this into a very aggressive and bully type. They're already down 2 games.
But I'm gonna tell you what though, they probably can do that with every other team in the league except OKC. You know what I mean? Like because first of all, like Shea got that free throw, like he got that getting to the line shit down pat, like a lot of their team do. So it's just like, and with the MVP, he's going to get called. He's going to get granted his fouls. You can please believe that. He's going to get his calls. You feel me? So it's just like, it's hard. They definitely can't play him the way they played the Lakers. Like, they bullied us. You get what I'm saying? They bullied us, but I don't think they're going to let them play that type of physical against OKC. You know what I mean? I don't think the league going to allow that. Like, and I agree with your premise. Ant got to take it on himself. Like, he did that game, too. He was on his Ant Edwards shit, just nobody else came with him that game. Julius Randle was horrible. Like, horrible. You know what I mean? So, like, he definitely, and I said the only way I say if Minnesota got a shot to get back in the series is on how they win tonight. You feel me?
Right.
They must win tonight, but I'm looking for a specific type of win. You feel me? Like, right. I'm looking for that type of win, that Ant-Man bravado, like, bitch, I ain't did shit but what y'all supposed to do. Win 2 games at home. Now we about to run these 2 games back. You feel me? If he got that type of bravado with him and his team got that type of bravado, I'll put a new perspective on the series if they win this game.
I feel that, and I'm with that, and I think we're all saying that in our own little way. I just want to see that a lot of the Anthony Edwards that comes to play, I want to see that be osmosis on his team. I don't want to be seeing Olay defense or I think that game 5 Gobert went to. Sorry, everybody. My damn dog is barking. Let me close this door. I'm so sorry. That game 5 Gobert went to his head, and he thought he can do that against OKC. He did that a little bit against Golden State, but there's nobody in the middle that's going to stop Gobert on Golden State. So that was kind of the kids' menu. But here, this is different. They're going to have to use Gobert in spurts, but not the whole game.
I agree. Maybe the first 4 minutes of the first quarter, set him, bring him back. Maybe the last 4 minutes of the second quarter. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like he definitely need to be on a minute restriction. But you better go get me a block and them little 4 minutes you about to get. Every time you get in a 4 minute increment, bitch, I need a block out of you.
Yeah.
And 3 rebounds.
Yeah, but my thing with back to what he said about bullying. I mean, the difference between those is clear. I mean, you look at them, they were able to bully. the Warriors, you know,
You
and
sound like you was going through the Matrix.
what they said, and then OKC neutralized because they got size too, and they actually defending that great bench, you know. But for me, I feel like just watching the Minnesota in this postseason, they look very beatable. You know, I'm like I said, I'm not putting on end like you got Randall. You know, Randall returned to efficient himself when he can't bully smaller defenders. So that was his problem. Like you said, Gobert need to be minutes need to check on his minutes rotation, and that's what I feel mostly of. It's not just like I said. It's not just It's not just and I'll just say they. For me, I just know they gotta. It's gotta be. It can't be a close win. I feel like to me, this game should not be a close win.
Absolutely.
It's
Close
not.
win means you a loss.
This.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Seriously. It got to be convincing, double figures minimum. They got to come in here and get a signature win. They can't they can't have the OKC can't have the ball to win the game and then they miss the shot and they win that way and y'all feel good about yourself. No, because y'all almost lost. Y'all almost went
I,
there 3 games to
I,
none.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's what I meant when I said, man, it's going to be, if they got to win, but the fashion they going to win. If it come down to, like you said, OKC missing a shot and they lose by 2-1, you feel me? It's going to be like, all right, we got these niggas next game. If
Right.
Anthem go out, beat them by like 8 or more, you feel me? That's what I'm looking for from Anthem, and I ain't going front, bro. I'm just looking for that moxie tonight. I've seen the boy. I know the boy like to finish his plate. You feel me? But
Right.
I'm looking at an OKC team, man. That like the hell with they scoring, bro. Like these dudes is like piranhas in the water, bro. Whoever get that ball, is somebody hedging on them. It's somebody coming from the weak side, and I'm sitting there like, damn. This that young boy energy ball. You feel me?
Right.
They got young boy energy. They can do that for a long period of time too, for the whole game.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to see a good showing out of Anthony Edwards. I want to see a good showing out of Jason Randall, aka Julius Randall. I want to see good things out of this team.
No.
They-
The only thing Ant should do, Ant should help the shooters get the space that they need to shoot properly.
That you know what? But that go back to what I think you were saying, that V.
Yeah.
That they need, or was it you, Young? What you were saying, man? They need, somebody was saying, man, they need point guard. They need somebody who else who can get their own shot besides Ant. You feel me? Because by him being the only one who can get his own shot, if I got to kick out to get you niggas going, you feel me? That's taken away from my rhythm. Whereas if I had somebody else who can get up, you know what I mean? You can initiate the offense. I could play off the ball more. You feel me? I could catch and shoot and conserve some energy and play better D on shape come the fourth quarter. So it's like I'm seeing that's a glaring hole in their team right now. That's definitely a glaring hole in their team right now. They don't have nobody else that can like really basically create their own shot and attack at the rim except for Ant. I mean that scouting reports respect. You feel me? So if he got to play double role, like he won't last past 5 games. You feel me? But if they can, if they can get that, and I think, like I said, they're gonna have to play. Nas Reed got to give him something, bro. He got to give him something. He been trashed this series too. Cold trash.
Hey, Ron Time. I know you wasn't here earlier, but I said I'm switching subjects a little bit. We're gonna get back to Minnesota in a minute. But I said the way Jalen Brunson acted after that game 2 loss, it's like he knew his play got his coach fired if they lose the series.
Man,
What do you think?
First of all, I thought Thibodeau should have been gone. He should have never been hired. Like, I don't like him as an NBA coach. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't like that. I don't like his style of coaching. You feel me? Like I said, he'll always wear the scarlet letter because I feel he the reason Derrick Rose ain't get to accomplish what he needed to get accomplished. You burnt that young man into the ground. You feel me? But
That's fair.
I like him being gone just because Mike Malone is out on the market. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So I would like definitely Mike Malone to get that spot in New York. You know what I mean? I don't know who else really looking for a job and who else safe, but if I'm New York, he the first person on my list. Now, I don't know if his style is compatible with the front office style. That's something that's, you know what I mean? We'll figure that out once the offseason comes. We'll get to see more of that, but on paper, it'd be like, yeah, Mike Malone got to come coach this team. You feel me? Like he got you. Like you putting too much on them starters, bro. You putting too much. That's why they started falling off late in the playoffs, just like all your teams do. Players start getting hurt the deeper they get in the playoffs because they don't log so many damn minutes. I know that athletes supposed to be like, man, I don't care. I play 48 minutes a game, bro. Nah, bro. That's not conducive. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't nearly get enough rest. Y'all on the road too much. You know what I mean? Like if you telling me, yeah, I'll play 48 minutes if y'all playing every 2 days for the whole season. You feel me? But the way he wear teams out in this NBA schedule, he like just run players to the ground. Like fuck it, bring me another one. Fuck it, bring me another one. So I don't really like his style of coaching.
Yeah.
So are you saying that he is the modern day Dale Harris? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, I'll put it like this. They both. I'll take different. No, they different because Thibodeau, both teams like they have the same number of players. But the reality is that one coach will go into his bench. Like how many times we seen coaches not go deep in their bench and lose, and both. That's what because remember these coaches set their ways and like improvisation. Because like remember like the Knicks they had when they had like the Knicks back in the day when they had under Pat Riley let John Stockton go like 0 for 11 or something like that. Look who he had on the bench. So I felt that's the difference. And
no, if it flipped on.
To compare him to like Dale Harris, he's like the Dale Harris. Like no, like I can't really because Dale Harris. The difference was Dale Harris. He don't let like a young player or like a player that's have a good season. Let them, master and let them go. Tom. They said with Thibodeau, he's like a. He's gonna dry you out. He's gonna really just dry you out until you can't breathe or you can't feel nothing no more. That's how that Rose kept getting hurt. That's how Randall got hurt. That's how Brunson got hurt because and he doesn't understand that. What he doesn't understand the mentality, the physical mentality of what you're doing with your players. He don't need to play 30 or 40, 50 minutes if he keeps getting hurt like that. So
okay, let me explain myself. The reason why I say that he reminds me of the Dale Harris is because he has players that he can play, he chooses not to, and the players that he does play, he expects way too much versus the minutes log. But let's not forget, he burned Cedric Ceballos out to a knee injury. And we're talking about Dale Harris.
That's a fact.
Corey Blunt. Corey Blunt was in that trade with Chicago for I forgot who it was, but he blew him out. And they could have used him against Karl Malone in the playoffs, and they didn't have him because he had an injury. We all know he refused to play young Kobe. So, and this is two coaches that was hired because of their defensive prowess. Dale Harris was hired because of Dallas and what he did with Milwaukee at one point. And of course, Tibbs was hired for what he was basically the defensive coordinator with the championship Boston Celtics in '08 or '09. I forget which year it was. And what he did in Minnesota. So the thing about it is it's like they're too stubborn in their assessment of what they need to do. They're prideful, and there was no reason that you put total control in your point guard. No coach puts total control into their point guard unless that point guard earned that control. Brunson didn't earn that control just because he scores 40 points or he's a high volume scorer.
Hey, yo, it's crazy, right, bro? Because my brother called me during the ending of the game. I had ran to the store and grabbed me some Dutchess and shit. So he calling me. He like, yeah, nigga, Brunson that deal, nigga. He just went on a 7-zip run by himself. And I told you, Jalen Brunson tough. And I'm like, bro, he's all right, but he's not real. He like, what you mean? I said, he's skilled. I said, but bro, he pounds the ball out for 20 seconds. I said, and then he either putting up a bad shot. I said, or he trying to kick it to a teammate with like 4 seconds left on the shot clock. I said, that's not conducive to championship basketball. I said, that's the same thing Luka do. That's the same. I've seen it. That's the same thing LeBron do. I said, that's not a good style of basketball, bro. I said, and he don't even got the physical dimensions that them dudes got. And then he hung up. I came back home. It's 32 seconds left. New York got the ball. This nigga walked down the court and shot a three. My brother called me back. He said, I apologize, bro. He said, that was the dumbest motherfucking shot. I said, see what I tell you? I said, you see what I told you, bro? I said, I said, nah.
And that made
You
me
know what?
sick.
You know what? You know what? I can't really like put it on that much on Tibbs because like there is no bench there. Because when Tibbs had them position with, it's a lot of low IQ stuff taking place, which is the players to blame. You know, it. Tibbs can't put on his sneakers and do it for them. He's literally the coach that gets all these funny constructed team for, and then when they lose fade, they blame him like if it was the GM. But I wouldn't say he dig him on much on the ground. But I say mostly dumb IQ plays and stuff around them. I mean, that's why they're down 0-2. And to lose 0-2 at your home, that's bad. Because
Lil T, man, you said them dudes is really playing 2K in real life. That what it look like, don't it?
yeah. Because if you look at that game, Brunson didn't even try to pass the ball in the last minute. He only pass the inbound when he get double team, pick up the dribble, try to be a hero, didn't even want to run a play. And that's the problem right there. Like, can you trust your teammates? Like, if he if he was Curry, he would let the go of the ball, take it back to some screen and took an open ball, found another open shooter who that is. You got Cat, OG, Miles that can shoot, but apparently Jalen doesn't know it yet. So, and like you said, Tibbs doesn't trust anyone else on the team. He doesn't run plays for anyone else. But when Brunson's on the floor, he wants Brunson to do everything. I love Brunson, but Tibbs need to draw a play to get everyone involved. You gotta take the good with the bad with Brunson. He's a clutch player of the year. Everyone knows, but he just hit right. He just kept at it, but it's not okay. We know you can do this. We know you can do that. But can you trust your teammates? That's why you see OG, Cat, they're frustrated. And I hopefully, that I don't know how it's gonna be if it's gonna be a sweep. You know,
Tonight we'll
I
let you
get
know
what
if
you
it's going to be a
say.
sweep
Ooh,
or if it's going to be a 5 game series. I only disagree with one thing that you said. I think everything you said was solid,
mm,
but you said that we give Tibbs a little bit too much of the blame.
mm,
That I would agree with you 100% if we were talking about another player besides the point guard. The point guard is an extension of the coach. You're supposed to know every in-game scenario as the point guard. And these last 2 games, Jalen Brunson acted like he's just been playing basketball for 2 games. This is stupid. You look. It should have never came down to Indiana coming back down by 18 with less than 4 minutes left because the point guard controls the flow of the game, runs some clock off, just like T. Price said that Tyrese Halliburton did. Okay. And then in game 2, when you're trying to make a comeback, you go for the home run swing when you could have just got to the basket and turned it into a free throw line game. The
And still
pressure's
had a
on Indiana.
timeout. And you still
Right.
had a timeout.
He made
but
those decisions. That's why I put it on him.
nah, I gotta put. Nah, I say I'll blame the front office. I gotta put it on the front office, building everything around Brunson because what he wanted will screw them going forward. You filling out your roster with Bridge, OG, Hart, Cat. Bridges, OG, and Hart on the perimeter. We're never going to cut it. Not skilled enough or talent enough. Yes, the depth is an issue, but even more the fact that they don't have a single guard or wing besides Brunson who can create their own shot. That the really biggest issue on his team. Brunson has worked his way too hard to get his because of his athletic and side limitation and the fact that he has no help. And that's why I say it's not just only I can't just put it only just Tibbs, it's just the GM. But also they're in like I put like they're in a similar situation like the Warriors in 2014. Fire Mark got a decent upgrading curve. Like Tibbs ain't bad, but he has no game plan other than give Brunson the ball. That's just it. That's just it.
I'm wondering who is they off I don't Katiz is the defensive minded coach. So
mm,
who is running the offense for New York though?
Brunson.
His father?
Yep.
You talking about Jalen Brunson's dad? Rick
Mm-hmm.
Brunson? Okay.
For me, I feel for me because they built the whole thing for his son. They built the whole thing for his son.
Hey, Chess had some good points. He said Knicks is full of third options. Knicks decided to get 2 non-defensive starters in Brunson and Cat. Then he said getting Cat was like the bus getting Dame. That's to make.
Exactly.
Hey,
Exactly.
I'm not. I don't diss on Dame. But I never looked at Dame like. Then again, no matter what us older people think, no matter what we say, it's hate and all of this. But I never look at Dame like that though. Like he was good and everything, but the chance that they had that when they when they lost to the Warriors and they had the Warriors down every single game,
Mm-hmm.
going and they just didn't get it done. And they had a chance to knock them boys off too, and then it wasn't like they legitimately had a chance to win, but that proves a vital point. Just because you have the ball in your hands don't mean you make that you're a point guard.
Hmm.
They look defeated, bro. When I saw, and that's body language tells me everything. Looks, you never heard that saying before, as young. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
All right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, because it was the difference. Like it was huge embarrassment. Like the winning The reason why they got those 2 wins because the Pacers bench is deeper. Their stars are more fresh than crunch time. 2, Tyrese trusts his teammates and allows them to get hot, which led to more balanced attack. Unlike Brunson, like I said, who looks to score on himself. And the other
And not only that, they got the trump card. They got Rick Carlisle who won the championship.
yeah.
Because I'm thinking I don't see nothing that Minnesota ain't show me anything in these first 2 games. This game right here is really going to tell it all for me. But OKC, they know not to be playing around. This is their first time learning the process. I think they're going to win the championship this year. I really do. I mean, people can hate. They can say Steph got hurt and such. Okay, if it's a fifth, we all be drunk, but we ain't. Is that your dog, bro?
That ain't my dog.
Okay, we hear the dog bark. Like, what that dog like? Somebody over there. Somebody pay attention to the dog, man. That dog don't like somebody.
Yeah, the Knicks. But
Nah, man, we ain't doing that, bro. I'm telling you, man. You try to bring that damage control to my channel, bro, man. Man, it's gonna be a shot.
I mean, really, like I said, and then like I said, Brunson looked to score himself. And the other advantage that the Pacers have, regardless, is how diverse and unpredictable their offense is. Like the last game, Nate Smith went off. And see the game plan for him. But this game,
Chess, I was just agreeing with you, Chess. That was just I need to cut you off, That's what I was just like thinking in my mind. I was just like, when they played the Warriors, even though that was the first round, but this is conference finals, but still, it's just they was up. They had leads going to the fourth quarter, and you couldn't close the deal. And the Warriors were showing that they was vulnerable at the time, and after that, they ain't never done that. To me, Dame ain't done. Yeah, he hit game winners and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I never look at again. Dame is just like everybody else to me, man. I don't look at these players like they want me to. Is he good in his era? Yeah, but when it came down to winning time, I haven't seen him there. Yeah, he had a couple game winners in the playoffs, sent people home. I remember, hey, I was at the game when he hit that 3 ball on Paul George. I was there. And the way that ball just curved, my boy looked at me, tapped me, said, man, there's a man in that ball. I was like, man, it was going crazy at the Marta Center.
Yeah, man.
Dame is cool, but Dame is cool and everything, but I just don't. I just don't. I like his journey. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm not. And then everything that I'm saying is always going to be hate because we live in an era and we live in a time now that they praise mediocrity. I ain't saying that he made a lot of money for his family. I just keep it strictly on basketball wise. I just don't look at Dame like everybody else look, like some other people look at Dame.
How I say with Dame? Dame, I feel Dame is. I feel bad. Trying to when you're trying to prove to people that you can do it, that you can that you're those guys, because he's up there, as a point, he's up there with Trae Young, with Jalen Brunson's, with the Currys, with them. But the thing was, nobody was giving him that respect. So
I get it. It's just like Jamal Murray, but Jamal Murray was actually putting up numbers though, and is the main reason why. If it wasn't for Jamal, but this is again, this is what the basketball is come down to. One person gets the credit, and that's one thing I always love about the MVPs that I seen growing up. Even though there was MVPs and everything like that, you still saw their teammates. You see them still acknowledge their teammates and the coaches and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. Now it's just me. But what happened to Jamal Murray? You see what I'm saying? Like you just forget he was your teammate, right? And not only that, he was going off in the bubble before you came into your own. And people always want to talk about. Listen, then y'all dudes, and this is another thing too. This is what I don't understand with y'all dudes that come up with these dumb statements. I'm gonna continue to drill this every day in your forehead. Well, Murray getting his ass kicked. You darn right. Everybody got their butt kicked coming to the NBA, and then all the great ones they figured it out. And then once they was at their peak, man, they was always trying to get a title. Was on the verge of getting titles. Sometimes they didn't go their way, but they didn't give up. They didn't give up. All the great ones, man. And hey, let me just ask y'all a question too, man. How come everything that everybody says, even mention Kobe Bryant in the sentence, it just on the Clutch Media and ESPN and Clutch Media, they just get they get their pennies in the bunch, like we tiny, we're loony, we are the little loonies, and in this cartoony, we invading your TV. Man, you can't have nobody. And Rich Paul, you said some of the dumbest thing ever. Michael Jordan was favored to win in all of his finals. Man, you dumbing me. You know what? You is literally telling on yourself. Y'all
Not
telling on yourselves.
Not in 93. Not in 98.
That part. But he was favored everyone, right? Man, stop it, man. This is what they don't understand. And these people want to sit there and want to hold these people what they say credibility. And you got people that really remember was actually living in those times, seen it live.
This whole Clutch Sports propaganda, because you saw how fast he came with that response after the Jordan's agent said what he. I thought it was all your opinion. And this is the agent saying, you know, if Michael Olajuwon and you put another top 3 player together, joined up together, there would have been no stopping them. They won 72 games with adding Dennis Rodman. He wasn't even a damn offensive threat. Put Jordan with 2 offensive threats and a defensive threat.
And then another thing that made it so unique, they did, because 72-10, that was a 96 season, right?
95, 96.
Yeah, that's the best team. I'm sorry, Warrior fans and people that's the best team that did it. Because you know why? They had the best record in the regular season and they won the NBA Finals. You can have the most wins, but you didn't win the title though. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
It's like, go tell it on the mountain, over the hill, and everywhere. Don't play with me.
There was a few teams that got to 69 wins. The 86 Boston Celtics won 69, but they was called the best team ever because they won the championship. I think the Philadelphia 76ers, they won either 69 or 68 wins, but then they lost the championship, if I'm not mistaken. There was a few teams that flirted with it, but they end up losing. Chicago not only beat the record, but they beat the record by 3 games and won the championship. Look, I don't listen to anything Rich Paul has to say, because whenever you disagree with him, it's either it's because you're black or it's because everybody. Look, I was under the impression that Fox, Jordan's black, right?
Right. But no, it gets more deeper. It gets more deeper than that. Cause check this out. Hold on. Hey, you got to listen to the whole interview, because you got to listen to all the angles, and we got a Jay Reid affiliate right here. LeBron is greater than Michael, and if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But can you actually list Stone Cold facts without tearing down This is one thing I understand about people, right? That want to tear down players' careers, right? Everything that these players has done in their careers is all set in stone. It's over. They ain't picked up a basketball in years, other than Kobe, who retired in 2016, and Duncan and Vince Carter. Like after that, it was the end of it. It was in last of the dying breeds. Y'all be acting like these dudes play by the same rules. Don't have me to go back and do a little special stream this summer. 'Cause I told y'all tomorrow's this is my last one, and that's it. Y'all think I'm playing? I'm gone for the summer. I'm gone. I'm not playing. I got goals. I got plans I need to do. You know what I'm saying? You know. And Martaven, whenever you have time, bro, we'll talk. I just behind the scenes. Cause yeah, if I'll be Thursday or something like Thursday or something. If it ain't no game on, but regardless that morning, whenever you have time, we never chop it up, such cause I need a vent. You know, the only ones I know that get me through is my brothers who I met through this mud. My boy James, my boy Trey, my boy Ron. My boy,
you got my number. You can just call me whenever on Thursday. I'll be ready.
All right. Okay, so might just steal the grindhouse. And hey, I just think it's OKC time. I was kept on saying it on my channel. I was like, the two teams ain't getting the credit, but OKC is proving that. Okay, you don't want to talk about it. We already know. So like people like us, we see the shift. That's why we keep telling y'all new generation. There was a time when ESPN used to be the standard. They're not the standard no more. They're lowering the goalpost, and it's all right for them people to talk about one player. But then again, if independent creators talk about them, and then they're stealing people content on here and owning it like it's theirs.
They used to be unbiased. Everybody got the same amount of smoke, including Jordan.
Yeah. Include Jordan,
Kobe, Shaq.
Yeah. Y'all act like Michael, man. I'm telling you, man. LeBron get Jay Reed gets smacks on the wrist. I never forget this old lady in my life, man. She sung the wrong church once. She sung this wrong song one day in church in Louisiana. You know what she said? It ain't nobody's fault but mine. It's nobody's fault but mine. It's nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault but mine. People was looking all crazy. You know how people is like, what is she singing? And you know the mother's like, don't you do it. They give you that look like it's gonna be me and you in this church. Let that lady have her time. But it made sense what she was saying though. She was taking accountability.
Yeah.
That's something that man ain't never did. Never did.
ESPN did not start because you have to understand SportsCenter used to be damn near 24/7. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it was.
They did not just attach themselves to one player, one team. Mm-hmm. Everybody got talked about. Everybody got equal. Well, I'm not gonna say equal, but a fair assessment because they had different personalities.
Cause you remember back then though too. I mean to cut you off. Also to add on to what you were saying, they actually talk about all the teams, even the teams that didn't make it. Everybody, what they need to do. That they had all different kind of things. It is not like that. Nowhere near it no more. You really had. Only time you could hear real basketball if you watch NBA TV and you can see them boys talk about. I forgot the name of the show. What it's called? With Isaiah Thomas and all them boys on there. Chris Webber, Kevin McHale, all them boys, man. They really sit there and talk about how these players was and how they played and everything like that. They toughest matchups. It was. I'm telling you, they don't do that no more. Now it's all about tearing down. Oh, these players right here can play in any era. How no the hell they can't? They play defense in those eras, man. They don't play defense in this era, and they just now play 90 style defense. Now imagine they play like this all season long. Then you'll see what these dudes is really like. I've been saying that for years, and I'm going to continue to say it. Let me see these dudes play it, but they can't. They already got a head start on everything. Look how so easy it's so now to score. Even Luke, why do you think the Europeans like Luka and Jokic, these dudes is not faster, they're not anything like that. But one thing I always give credit to European players is that them boys play professional, go against grown men at a young age.
Can I ask
At a
a
young
question?
age. Go ahead.
How are we tearing down LeBron James when we're telling you the facts of what LeBron James did?
That's my thing. And to top it off, now they want to talk about real hate. They always want to say that's real hate. But it just like, even though I don't agree with Michael Wilbon, and you talking to somebody that don't rate players either. I don't rate players because there's too many great players in this game that really paved the way for these players that don't even get talked about. You know, I normally do that during the summer. You know what I mean? When basketball's over, that's what I used to do when I first started. We go through every generation of players that people don't talk about. And then I have underrated because underrated is older. So he know about Wilt. He know about all the old school stuff, all the George Mikins and the Walt Frazier. You got Walt Frazier. And the list goes on and on and on. Elvin Hayes, Danny DeBuscher. You know what I'm saying? Earl of Pearl Monroe. The list just goes on and on and on, man. It's really levels to this, man. It's really levels to this.
It's not hate by saying that, or tearing down LeBron James' career by saying that. I remember for a long period of time, the factions that support LeBron James are the ones that bring Michael Jordan up. Michael Jordan don't bring LeBron up. Whenever Michael Jordan brought LeBron up, LeBron
any
James
great
sat
player. It's just
LeBron
any great
James
player
sat
that you
on.
can.
LeBron James sat on his own show and said he wanted to be more than an athlete. Everybody knew what he was talking about when he said Jordan didn't get into any politics.
Hey, Tyson,
Jordan
you can
didn't
come
need to
up
get
here. Hold on, Tyson. You want to come up here? You can come up here, and it's just an opinion, bro. How can facts is over opinions, bro? This is what I don't understand with people. This is where the disconnect comes from. This is just how every man is think differently. If you don't like it, then I understand it. But respectfully, I don't. I don't do that back and forth. If you disagree, you disagree. But you can't tell how somebody feel. This is what drive people crazy. But go ahead, bro.
LeBron James sat up there and said he wanted to be more than an athlete that's taking shots at Jordan. He said he wanted to chase the ghost that's in Chicago. So is he chasing Scottie Pippen? Oh no, he's chasing Michael Jordan. He's the one that was throwing rocks at the throne. And now that people are tired of hearing him throw rocks at the throne, you got the Jordan supporters fighting back. Jordan didn't say not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven. Jordan didn't sit up there and said that's what made me the greatest player of all time, even though my teammate hit the game-winning shot, the series clinching shot. And it's funny how he talks about that's what made me the greatest player of all time. But then you want to sit up there with Steve Nash and say, well, championships are won by teams. Then why are you talking about you're the GOAT so much if the teams win the championship? I never heard him once say, hey, you know what? The way Jordan said about Pippen, if I get the most, Pippen needs to get the most. If I get the credit, Pippen needs to get the credit. I never once heard LeBron James say, if I get the credit, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, AD, Luka, all these players that helped me win championships, Kyrie Irving needs to get Anthony Davis needs to get the same type of credit. No. LeBron James has always been about self. Always.
I've been saying the same thing. If I don't mean you got the same birthday and everything, it ain't got nothing to do with that. But for us to just, I've been saying the same thing too, basically. But you can keep on going. You just still the stuff I've been saying for years. But go ahead.
And
I know.
people like
I
me,
know.
I don't care to hear that. I'm tired of hearing every start of the season. What can we do to get LeBron James his fifth ring? His fifth ring. Nobody was saying that about Kobe. What we can do to get him his sixth ring. Nobody was saying that about Shaq. What can we do to get him his fifth ring? Nobody was saying about any other player. They were moving on to the next generation. They were moving on to the next star. Why do we have to? Why do we have to acquiesce to just one player, one team? I
Yeah, that's what it
respected
made
the
you.
Lakers. I respected the Lakers until LeBron James went over there. I did.
Same here.
Now I look forward to watching them lose because you're trying to push the chips to the end of the table. They would have never stopped talking if it was the Lakers in the conference finals against OKC.
Those are
Or
facts.
I don't think they would have been able to play OKC. What were they, a third seed? Would they play them? Oh, who gives a shit? But we would have never heard the last of it. This trade was predicted to give the Lakers the overwhelming edge as to get fast track them to the NBA Finals. All the pundits were saying that the Lakers are better than every team in the West. Every team in the West. Oh, I can't see who's going to beat the Lakers while OKC is running off another 14 straight, running off another 12 straight. Oh, you get Luka and LeBron in the playoffs is going to be scary. Lakers in 5 to the accused rapist. Lakers in 5 to Nick Wright. Lakers in 5 to all these pundits. And when they lost, oh, it's because LeBron James is old and Luka's out of shape. When did that become a thing? You was crowning them during the regular season, and now we're gonna act like you wasn't crowning them. Oh, that's right. It's Austin Reeves' fault. It's Hachimura's fault. That's why they didn't win. It's not the Stars' fault. I guarantee you, if OKC loses to Minnesota, they're not going to be blaming Chet Holmgren. They're not going to be blaming anybody on the bench. They're going to blame the MVP, SGA, the leader. If Minnesota lose, they're not going after Gobert. They're not going after the bench. They're not going after DiVincenzo. They're going after Anthony Edwards. Why? Because he's the leader of the team. Anytime LeBron's teams lose, it's always the other man. It's never his fault. Ever. He can shoot like shit.
Ever.
In 2011, he could shoot like shit. In 2007, and it's, oh, he's a baby. Oh, he was in his 4th year. Oh, it's Larry Hughes' fault. It's Ilgauskas' fault. Oh, he averaged 39 points against the Orlando Magic. But I was told that he can guard 1 through 5, and he never went out there to guard Dwight Howard. I was told that he could guard 1 through 5. And not one time did he go out there and guard Dirk Nowitzki in clutch moments. But only when he wins does he get all this praise. I don't want to hear, oh, I wanted my teammate to take the last shot. It is going to be on him. Look, Kukoc can hit clutch shots. I never really seen Pippen hit a clutch shot. But when the game was tight, everybody knew who was going to get the ball. Everybody in Utah knew who was going to get the ball in Game 6 coming down the stretch. Everybody knew who was going to take that last shot in Game 1 in the 1997 NBA Finals against Utah the first time. Let's stop it. LeBron James is a good basketball player. If you want to call him great, that's your opinion. But my opinion is I've seen better, I've experienced better, and I'm not going to give him that moniker because, in my eyes, he does not deserve it. He just doesn't. You can have whatever opinion you want, whatever helps you sleep good at night. But for me, I've seen better players.
Mhm.
If he was as good as you say he is, he could have utilized Luca. He could have definitely utilized AD better than he did. He didn't want to because he has to be the main focus. He wants to have that built-in excuse. It's everybody else. It's not me. Out of his own goddamn mouth, he sat up there and said, "I always make the right play." And we watched in this playoffs him make the wrong play over and over and over again. 2 of those 4 losses against Minnesota was on LeBron James. So how do you always make the right play if you're leading in turnovers? How do you always make the right play when you have over 100 losses in the playoffs? How do you always make the right play when you 4-6 in the finals? Was it the right play when Kevin Durant was walking up the court, getting ready to walk into a 3, and you back up, and then the next year try to push J.R. Smith in front of him? Was that the right play? I don't think it was.
And then he hit him in the same 3-point shot in JB's face in the same exact spot the next following year.
But you
It didn't
always
matter.
make the right play.
Hey,
Was
man,
it the right play? Was it the
that
right
same
play to
IQ
not?
since he was 8 years old, by the way, too. We can't forget about that one.
Well, is that before or after he hit his head on the coffee table? Moving on. Is it the right play to pass the ball to what was his name? Hill, George Hill, instead of taking Curry off the dribble? You had 40 plus points. You were hot. Why are you putting it on somebody else and not yourself? Oh, that's right, because you're afraid of the free throw line. My bad. I keep forgetting. Was it the right play to quit in game 4 and then wrap your hand and say that you broke your hand since
That was
game
one of
1?
my favorites right there. That was one of my favorites right there. That's one of my
Was it
favorites
the right
right there.
was it the right play to have Kuzma push you on defense, to push you on your man? Was that the right play? Is it the right play to stand on defense and then cherry pick? You have no energy on defense, but you got all this energy for offense. Is that the right play? Is it really?
He's 40
When
years
have I
old.
ever? If you're 40 years old and you can't play defense, then that means you're 40 years old and you shouldn't be playing offense. You need to be going sitting your ass down somewhere. Was
He
it the
get a
right
takedown
play?
block every once in a while. But keep on going. We liking this. We got 30 more minutes to game time.
Was it the right play to every year seem to take 2 weeks off, either before or after the All-Star game, for quote unquote reasons? And we're not talking about reasons for Earth, Wind, and Fire. We're talking about reasons unknown.
Oh, can I interject before you continue on right quick? And the mainstream media is giving you the legitimate excuse and saying that you deserve to take 2 weeks off. But carry on.
Okay. Did you deserve to take 2 weeks off coming back from Miami in 2014-15 season? Did you deserve to take 2 weeks off then for reasons? And it seems to be the same type of time of year when you tried to get Darvin Ham fired in the middle of the season. You took 2 weeks off after the All-Star break, thinking the team was going to fold without you. But newsflash, they picked up steam and went on a winning streak with AD and got into the 7th seed. and then you magically came back from a mysterious foot injury that the scouting report still never really classified or said that you actually had a torn tendon or bone, or that's probably where you got your EPO shot at. And then you go by, well, if I did get surgery, I'll never tell y'all. Well, it's illegal for you to get surgery and not tell the team. The team has to tell the league. The league has to tell the press. So were you really injured or were you not injured? See, all these things I'm talking about is the reason why people are sick and tired of being sick and tired of the games this dude plays. Nobody got time for it. If you're 40 and you know it, clap your hands. If you're tired of playing defense, come off the bench. No, you don't want to come off the bench because you got to keep averaging your numbers, even though averaging your numbers hurts the team in other ways. I've watched Jordan come off the bench.
And another point, too, before you continue on. And the reasons. Boy,
there it is.
Hey, yeah, but I find it very interesting, too. They always talk about all these minutes that Jay Reed from Akron, Ohio, plays. He always controls his own minutes. So y'all can't sit there and constantly use that excuse. And then when you had Darvin Ham, who was actually monitoring his minutes and everything like that, it was a problem. But then y'all give the pass to JJ Redick.
Racist. Red face.
Racist. Yeah, and he's a redneck. And you could just look and tell. And look, and even his interviews is just the gift they keep on giving. It's just like, how you gonna sit there and say that, Rich Paul? Because y'all, I understand. I listen to other people aspects of it. Yeah, that's his boy and everything like that, and he helped him get all this yada 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 yada. But at the same time, I don't want to get paid. Me personally, how I get down, how I rock, and how I think, I won't be able to do that. No, that's what the old folks told me back in the day. You got good money, you got bad money, but that bad money, it's gonna make you look good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel everything like that. But one thing is going to be obvious to a person that really wakes up from it. When the truth come out and they really ask you, you can't help but to say it. But if you don't, then you already know what kind of person you are if you get the message.
Let me jump off the top rope with the chair, the bat, and broken glass in my hand. T. Price brought up a very good point.
Hey, what's the dude's name back in the day? What's that dude's name? I'm trying. We got it. I'm trying to think of the the dudes that used to bring out the tables. The tag team.
Man, I can't. I forgot. Is it NWO?
I know. I'm thinking about. I need Lemon Pepper Lou in here for that one. Cause Lou, I know somebody would know about it in the comments. But go ahead.
T. Price brought up a good point about Darvin Ham controlling LeBron's minutes, not for the start of the season, but for the playoff run. Now, everybody tells me that LeBron don't care about scoring. LeBron don't care. He's a pass first. But when he was yelling at Darvin Ham, the first thing that he said was, I only got 2 shots and 2 points in this limited ass minute. Wait, hold on, LeBron. I thought you cared about getting your teammates involved, but the only thing you're caring about is your shots and your points? That's kind of contradictory of every fucking thing I was told about LeBron James. Oh, no, wait. LeBron does care about his points. He does care about his shots. Remember, Kobe's a ball hog by averaging 19.6 shots a game. But LeBron James is not a ball hog by averaging 19.5?
Can't make it make sense. Make it make sense. Man, you've been saying the same stuff we've been saying, but carry on. See, I ain't the only one that feel this way.
You mean to tell me that LeBron James is the greatest player that's ever played this game? However, he is the greatest player that's ever played this game with this many offensive and defensive flaws? Has he changed his game? Has his game evolved from year 1 to 22? I could argue and say no. Has his game or his IQ evolved from season 1 to season 22? I can definitely tell you absolutely not. Because if his IQ has evolved between year 1 and year 22, why is he still making year 1 mistakes? Oh, you want examples? Let's go back to the Chicago game. When you need to take the ball out, momentum has swung in the Chicago Bulls' favor. Instead of calling a timeout or maybe even making a great pass, you throw a pass to a player that's already trapped. When you telegraph it to the point to where it gets a steal, pass, open three, and then when we fast forward, when you're running at a player that's supposed to be taking a half-court shot, why didn't you just put your hands up? Why didn't you cut off his line of sight to the basket? You let him line that up. That is a 1 out of 100 shot. You're told in practice, charge at the player to make them rush the shot. He did none of that. But he has the greatest IQ. And another thing, since I'm coming off the top rope, who has LeBron made better? Because the only person I've ever seen him make better is Booty Gibson. And that's one player. You can't say he made Kyrie better because Kyrie was winning All-Star Game MVPs before LeBron. You can't say he made Wade better because Wade won a championship before LeBron. You can't really say he made Bosh better because Bosh had his own team taken to the playoff, beating Dwight Howard, giving him 30 and 12s before LeBron. You can't say Kevin Love because Kevin Love was getting 30-30s in Minnesota before LeBron and making all-star teams. Okay, who else has he made better? Did he make AD better? No. AD was a 25 to 27 and 12 guy in New Orleans, aka Charlotte. So who has he made better? Can you say Luka? Nah, Luka went to the finals before LeBron. Luka was almost averaging a triple-double, a 30-point triple-double before LeBron. So I ask you, who notable has LeBron James made better? I don't want to hear, oh, he gets them open looks. Anybody that runs a high pick and roll offense where the shooters are standing on the damn arc can get you open shots. So who has he made better? Who has he turned from a 5-point player to a 15 to 20-point player and make him a defensive problem? I don't know anybody that LeBron James makes better. Now, let's play the flip side. Who does LeBron James make worse? J.R. Smith, Kevin Love, Chris Bosh. Let me see. You can even say Luka to a certain extent. AD to a certain extent. Dwayne Wade to a certain extent. Why do I say Dwayne Wade? Because Dwayne Wade had to stop being him in order for LeBron James to shine. He had to take less shots. He had to put the ball completely in LeBron James' hand the way a mother puts a bottle or a titty in her baby's mouth for him to be satisfied. I don't want to hear about, oh, well, he needs the ball in his hand. No, not even Magic Johnson didn't have the ball in his hands as many times as LeBron James in that Miami offense. If he wasn't controlling it, he wasn't bought into it. We saw that not only in Cleveland the first time, we saw it in Cleveland the second time, we saw it in the first couple of years of the Lakers. If it wasn't involved with him, he is not bought in, and we definitely saw it when Darvin Ham was the coach. He didn't want Darvin Ham to stay his coach because Darvin Ham was one of the rare coaches that would tell LeBron, no. Why do you think the team played better when LeBron wasn't playing? These are all facts. I'm sorry if y'all don't like it. I'm sorry if y'all feel like I'm hating. I'm really not. I wanted to love LeBron when he first came into the league. I really did. I supported him.
Thank you, Tyson. Yeah, the Bushwhackers. Yeah, the Bushwhackers.
It was his antics that made me not support him. It was his diva-like attitude that made me not like him. You can call Jordan an asshole all you want to. That is your preference. That man is not my father, so I'm not going to sit up here and act like I got an attitude about how you feel about him. But the one thing that I know, he made sure his teams were ready for every time they went out there to play. He could have threw Pippen under the bus, never did. He could have threw all the teammates under the bus, never did. He was the one that was sitting up there being blamed for losses when Pippen had a migraine. And he stayed in front of those cameras and took the shrapnel. When he won, he wanted to celebrate and he wanted everybody that was involved to get the equal treatment. That's why he said, no Phil Jackson, no me. No Pippen, no me. Pippen was getting ready to get traded for 2 superstars. It was going to be for Sean Kemp. Jordan said, no, you trade Pippen, I'll retire. It was supposed to be for Tracy McGrady at one point. He said, you trade Pippen, I'll retire. When have we ever heard LeBron James stand up for his teammates in any fashion like Jordan did, since we're always comparing him to Jordan? I've never seen it. I've never heard it. But that lasting image of how he treated J.R. Smith because he made a bad decision told me everything I needed to know about LeBron. Because LeBron act like he never made a mistake during the NBA game. LeBron act like he never missed a shot. LeBron never act like he never didn't know how many timeouts he had.
And he was on a heater. And he was cooking in that game to make it more even mind-boggling. He didn't even know himself that he had a timeout to make it more what's the saying go? I'm trying to put here.
Egregious. It was very egregious for the fact that he didn't even know how many timeouts he had.
Contrast the injury. But how do you not know you had a timeout? And then again, you was on a heater. I mean, I thought Cleveland was going to win the game, bro. The way LeBron was playing, bro. And then
absolutely.
And then I ain't going. And look, I thought Cleveland was going to win that game once. And then once I seen what he did on the sideline, I was like, "Yep, here it is, escape." And they still. And that's why ESPN, they don't get my respect. They don't hold. Look, this propaganda stuff. This is a made up debate, and real people that really deserve to be in that category. Y'all diss one person, but still solidify everybody else, and it doesn't make any sense.
T. Price, let me ask you this question: Did that J.R. Smith play result in the Cavaliers losing?
No, absolutely
not. Why?
They still had overtime, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Who have you ever saw act that way? Now, if that lost the game for him, I can understand it. But we was getting ready to play 5 minutes basketball, and you're hot. He refused to shoot.
Man, he
mentally lost the game. Mentally, he lost the game.
That game, I ain't gonna, dude. Out of all the games I ever seen him play in my life, and he played, everybody, and then they're so infatuated with the numbers, and they want to say, "Oh, this player was inefficient," but you actually look at it in totality, he has one of the highest shooting guard efficiencies. I'm gonna say efficiency. He was one of the highest shooting guards in the league. But how is that inefficient? It gets to my point. Y'all let one thing about Ron John, his saying, I wish he was here to say it, and it hits home, and it makes a lot of sense. I'm just paraphrasing, man. You can have all the numbers in the world, but it will mislead you.
Look, I lost all my respect. I had a little bit of respect. Deep down inside me, I
His
was
first
hoping
3
that
years, LeBron was coming, but then when I saw him did what he did, and then not only that, they always want to kill KD for going to OKC, and then not people, and then they made up. Oh, he went to a
you mean
team that
Golden State.
okay, yeah, he went to Golden State. But still, y'all praised Jay Reed for doing it, and you gave him back-to-back MVPs. Then you gonna tell KD, oh,
You can't
and
win the
Steph,
MVP because
you
you're playing with
you
Steph.
playing with three, cause you playing with 3 other Hall of Famers. You know they had to put Draymond in the mix though too. You know what I mean?
Look, the thing about it
But
is the media was the one of the, especially Screaming A. Smith was the one that was pushing the narrative that it was the weakest move in basketball. He was the one pushing the narrative, saying that, I can't vote for Durant for MVP, but you had no problem voting for fucking LeBron James for MVP when he went to Miami. It was based off a narrative. It was narrative driven. So that's why I start supporting the Golden State Warriors. Why? Because they were the anti LeBron James. Yes, I can say it. I'm very honest with how I feel in my opinions. I did not like how they were trying to just manufacture um, LeBron James as the GOAT after that 2016 run. 3 rings don't make you the GOAT. They never have, they never will. Okay? You have to get more than you have to get 5 or above to be in that conversation. That's why Magic's always in the conversation. Kobe's always in the conversation. Of
despite
course,
what the mainstream
Kareem.
media will say, it's despite what main media says, and I've been saying this for years, man, because it gets to my head even thinking even more here, right? Because he was so quick back to clap back at it at old boy and everything like that, but you still ain't and y'all, and this is one thing I don't understand about people though too. Y'all be acting like no allegations ever hit Jay Reed's plate on TV. It actually has. It
The
has.
biogenesis in 2013.
It has.
The fact that Ohio News had something about him, and the reporter ended up having a secret child. I remember that, and
I
those were
remember
the
that.
first reports. Those were the first reports where I was like, man, they probably lying. I was supporting LeBron
Yep,
James
me
doing
too.
that.
Yep. I was me at that particular time, because how my mindset is, because I always looked at TV like like okay, it's not real life. You know what I'm saying? It's not like
Yeah,
the Cosby Show. It's not like Sesame Street. It's not like it's not none of these things, because people that I know, they should be like, man, I thought TV, I thought life was for real until I went out there and did some of the same things. Boy, look what I did to myself. You know
yeah.
what I'm
So
saying? But
I gave him the benefit of the doubt. But when the
I give
media
him the
starts
benefit of
saying
that.
things, when the media starts saying things like this is the only superstar that's wholesome. He's never did anything wrong. Blah 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 blah. He's a great
Yeah,
father. He's a great this. Now I'm not here to sit up here and question if he's a great father because I don't want nobody
supposed to
questioning
be a
anything
great
about what
father.
I do.
He's supposed
However,
to be a great father though, because the way they be talking about him, that's what it gets to my point. And before you continue on, this is what they like to do too. They always like to talk about MJ kids. They always want to talk about Michael Jordan kids. They want to always want to talk about Kobe Ray. But then again, I'm like, dude, the case. Did y'all understand the case? But they still attach his name to it and smear his name on it. But my thing is this. It ain't no fun, as my boy Lenny would say. It ain't no fun when the rabbit has the gun. His time is coming. It's slowly uncrumbling. When Michael Wilbon, I thought he was about to bust a blood vessel when he said, if you try to say that Kobe's not, is not in his, he said Kobe in his top 3, just paraphrasing what he say, then basically it's like, well, screw you. I ain't gonna say the word. You know, that's how they feel. It's just like, how come people? I never understood this, but I begin to see it because ESPN be painting this picture. I've been watching this from start to finish. I remember they used to call Jay Reed a king with no rings. How he's a
And guess
king
what?
with no rings?
Guess what, T Price? The narrative started to change when it became
Yeah,
the media, when people
that part.
affiliated with relationships with LeBron James started to be in the mainstream media. Then it was we had to apologize for his failures. Then we had to point his failures at other things that other greats didn't get it pointed at. Like he was too young. Nobody said that to about Magic Johnson. He was too young when he lost, or he didn't have any help. Now, granted, Magic always had help, but guess what? LeBron always had help. He came into the league with a damn young Carlos Boozer. The
Mm-hmm.
next year, he had the team built for his play set. By year 4, he had a completely rebuilt team around all his skill set. Went to the finals. He didn't lose because his team didn't show up. He lost because he didn't show up.
That part.
But we got to sit up here and say, that well, he was young. He was 22. Okay. When did that become the built-in excuse? When
When
I
it
when
came,
you start
when that came to
when you
NPR, when that same when the age become, yeah, because we seen the excuses, because this is what they say. It's like Stephen A said, oh, he was 22 years old. We don't count that against him. How? Like, this is when I begin to see, like, whoa, like, what are they doing here? You know what I'm saying? Because now I begin to see, because like I'm saying, like, we've been watching this man his whole career. Look how they did Golden State, for instance. Curry could beat him in the finals, but he can't beat him to advance in the playing game.
right.
Now Jay Reed, all of a sudden, because me and Trayvon Ben talked about that all of a sudden now that he can't beat Jay Reed when it counts to go, you got to have the Lakers in there, right? And you know what's crazy about that stream that you did about a year ago? I don't know it was around this time last year, or but they wasn't so far, but it was getting close to the end of the year. You know, it's crazy that Steph Curry and Jay Reed, Herm said, "Man, this is going to be, this ain't, it ain't no more Steph, it ain't no more JV. They time is up." We've been saying that for a while, man. I've been saying it for it's been about these young people, man. They keep on holding on to these people, because I remember when y'all used to argue with me all the time when it was their time, and when I used to tell y'all then, y'all players gonna get older, because the longer they play, the older gonna get, and they still refuse. The mainstream media refuse to talk about, oh, if any of these players, if they win, are they gonna be the face of the league? No, the face of the league still gonna be LeBron, and still gonna be Steph, and it's still gonna be KD. This is what's wrong, right? This is what's wrong. This is what's wrong. But go on.
Well, you bring up great facts, great points. I want to read a couple of things in the chat. In the chat for Game Ready. This is Game 1. He lost
That's
like
good.
it
That's
was
chess.
Game 7.
That's
Clay
chess.
and Draymond was role player chess ready. It says nobody wants to see Doris Burke on TV, shaking my head. And he says Antoine Jameson and Big Z. Absolutely. Antoine Jameson was a 20 and 10 guy before
And he
LeBron
has twenty
James.
thousand points in his
He
career.
was a 19 and 10 guy with LeBron James, but he didn't have any help. LeBron James shot 36% in the 4-game sweep in 2007. I don't want to hear that he was going up against a dynasty San Antonio Spurs, because Tim Duncan played like ass. And let's keep in mind, um, Parker was the MVP, scoring a little bit over 22 points.
Tony
So you
Parker
mean
was
to tell
killer.
me, Mister, I can guard 1 through 5? You can't jump on Tony Parker because he stayed in your damn paint.
And Parker was
So
eating the
let's
paint.
stop
Oh
it.
God.
Let's stop giving LeBron James a pass for his loss or his sweep. But we want to sit up there and say, well, Jordan couldn't beat the 86 Celtics. Jordan was by himself and it took 63 just to keep the goddamn game close, and they still lost.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what we don't do? We don't make excuses. We say, yeah, he lost. And the next year, he lost. But when they built the team around Jordan, and Jordan built Pippen and Grant and B.J. Armstrong and Will Purdue, Livingston,
John Paxson.
Cartwright, Paxton, when he built his team up, they became unstoppable because they had the best player. And tell me one playoff series, not a game, because I can tell you a game against the Knicks in '92 where Jordan shot like ass and they lost. Tell me a playoff series that Jordan cost his team the damn series. Now, if you want to say 95 against Orlando, okay, fine. But other than that, where did Jordan cost? Well, I'm looking at something in the chat. I got Tyson saying how many? I guess you must be points. Read before you type it in. How many points did Dumars average? How many points did Dumars average? What do you mean in that series for his career? What are you saying? I need some context behind that, Tyson. But Jordan never cost his team the series. Outside of, if you want to use Orlando, okay, fine, we'll use Orlando. But outside of that, he never was the reason why they lost. LeBron James was. Go ahead, T.
Even though he lost, this ain't making no excuses, but anything like that, yeah, he lost in Orlando. A lot of people forget baseball and basketball are two different things. And once he got into shape, what happened to Orlando the next following year?
They got put out in 4, not 4, in 4.
You know, because I remember when Jordan was coming back, I can remember thinking at the time, I was like, Chicago ain't gonna do it this year. And I mean, this is Michael Jordan. I was like, man, this dude played baseball. Don't y'all know how they train in baseball? Baseball and basketball are two different things.
And that just goes to show you how talented Jordan was. He came to the basketball to play in the middle of the season, close to the playoffs, in baseball shape, and still put a double nickel in the Garden on a defensive team.
Man, the game about to come on. I'm about to get this food going here in a bit. You hold it down, but the game is on now. They're about to tip off right now.
Let's go. You go get you some food. I'll keep everybody company. Look, I love basketball. I don't love just one player. I don't love just one team. I'm sticking up for basketball as a whole. I want us to talk about, it says, Tyson, I see what you just put on there. It said, didn't Dumars average 20 against Mike in the 90s series? I don't have the numbers in front of me because I'm not on my tab or anything. I'm just on the drawing. But if he averaged 20 against him, then he averaged 20 against him. But what does that have to do with, Pippen sitting out Game 7? I don't know. Yes, Pippen's father died. Yes, he had a migraine. Yes, he shot like ass. But what does Dumars averaging 20 against Mike have to do with anything? What did Mike average against Dumars? And it still went to Game 7. So it's, win or go home. And in Game 7, he didn't have his full Pippen. He just didn't. But he took that loss like a man. He didn't sit up there and say it was Pippen's fault. He said, we lost. We lost as a team. That's my point. When you win as a team, of course, the leader's going to get a majority of the praise, but Jordan tried so much to give Pippen just as much praise as he got. During his Hall of Fame speech, I don't got to tell y'all were there, y'all watched. He said, when you see me, you also see Scottie Pippen. You also see his teammates. Says, you brung up Tony Parker. Why didn't LeBron stop him Is that what you said? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. But nobody's sitting up there saying that Jordan can guard 1 through 5. Is that what that you're bringing up Dumars, but it was not only just Dumars, it was Dumars and Isaiah. So you want Jordan, who's one player, to guard Dumars and Isaiah because Isaiah was killing DJ Armstrong. And BJ Armstrong, I think was with the rest of the team that shot like ass that game. Tony Parker was the only one that was killing the Cleveland Cavaliers because Big Z was taking Duncan. Duncan had his worst finals of his career. You have what's his name? Gooden. I don't want to call him Dwight Gooden. That's the pitcher. Drew Gooden. Yeah, Drew Gooden. Taking the backhand. I forgot who the center was. I don't know if it was Nesterovich, but he was locking him down. You had everybody else. I think you had Booty Gibson came off the bench, so he was irrelevant to a certain point as far as defensive prowess. You had Larry Hughes. He played good in the finals, but the one person that did not play well was LeBron. On all those games, except one was winnable. But then you had LeBron James, who everybody says shut people down. He could have shut down Parker. He didn't. And I think Bruce Bowen was on a young LeBron James. Giving him the outside shot. And he kept taking it over and over and over again. So yeah, this is not apples to apples. Manu averaged 18, sir. Okay. What's your point? Did Manu win the MVP? And is that the Manu starting or the Manu that came off the bench? I think that may have been the Manu who's starting if it's 2007. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think he took Steven Jackson's place after the second, or maybe it was that. I gotta look at it when I get the chance. But yeah. So we're just omitting the fact that LeBron James shot like ass in 2007 because you're bringing up that. No, Dumars here. Wait, hold on. All right, they're coming in too quick. Okay. Yeah, that's Manu averaged 18, sir. Then he said, no, Dumars did. Then he said, one MVP. Manu won the MVP? Write a whole sentence so I can understand what you're saying, sir. Because I'm trying to make sure that I understand everything that you're saying. And I'm glad you're typing in the chat. I appreciate your feedback, but I want to make sure that I understand everything that you're saying. No. Okay. I'll let you write your whole thought. You can write your whole thought in the chat. That doesn't have to be just 4 or 5 words or one sentence. Salute to you, Sean. He says salute TP. But so far, everything that you're bringing up does not omit the fact that LeBron James shot 36% from the field. It just doesn't. And again, the only time that they lost a game convincingly was by 11. Everything else was single digits. If LeBron James just plays his average, they win at least 3 of those games. So again, I love basketball. Everybody should be held at the right standard, but we can't sit up here and just be propaganded for the last 15 years like LeBron James could do no wrong, or he's the greatest player that we've ever seen. Because in my eyes, he's not. And there's still a lot of people out there saying no, he ain't. We got some people like my dad's friends that sing players I've never seen before. They're still saying they don't believe in Jordan and they don't believe in LeBron, but they have their own. Chess Ready got a comment, says Randall needs to realize that dribbling against OKC's defense ain't it. You know what? I believe that too. I think Randall, he just needs to realize what type of player and what type of impact that he has. He's a big dude and he's very agile and he's awkward because he's left-handed. Why can't he just use his abilities and just try to get the easiest shot that he possibly can? This is not N1 mixtape. You don't need to dribble, 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 and then shoot the ball. Make a decision with the ball is your best bet. You're in the conference finals. There's Tyson. Welcome to the stream, or welcome to the panel, rather. Can you hear me clearly?
Oh yeah, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, I'm gonna let you have the floor. I want you to get all your points in. I'm not gonna interrupt you. I'm not gonna name call you. It's just this is just all panel talk. So you
Oh,
got the
respect.
floor.
I just came to have. I'm chilling, man. My family done gone to the in-laws. I'm up here watching the game. I just come for a basketball discussion. I ain't come for no nonsense, brother.
No, I don't either. I just like to let people know that off the top
Yeah, for
rip.
sure, for
You
sure.
know.
Respect. I just think we hold LeBron. If you got Jordan as the greatest of all time, which I do, I have Jordan as the greatest of all time. I just think a lot of people, they come for LeBron with this stuff that we don't necessarily hold all the stars to. You know what I'm saying? We talk about his off the court stuff and all. What Jordan had off the court stuff, Kobe had off the court stuff, whatever have you. If that make you not like him, yes, the media might cap for LeBron and put him in conversations he may not need to be, but that's what drives the sport. That's what drives money. That's what drives YouTube channels. You know what I'm saying? We got LeBron hate channels. We got LeBron Glazer channels. But that's LeBron is that polarizing and that great of a player that he can drive a whole, make people money off of just speaking his name. So that's gonna come with it. So people glaze LeBron, people hate LeBron. That's all fine. I don't think we should respond to what people have to say and just judge him based off what he's done on the court. And what he's done on the court is great by any standard. You know what I'm saying? Does he have bad series? Of course he does. Jordan has some less than stellar series, not to LeBron's level, but Kobe's had bad series where he shot horrible. But people still put him in top two. Magic has had bad series where they was calling them Tragic Johnson and those type of things. So I just think we hold LeBron to the standard that he could never meet. Is he better than Jordan? Not by my opinion. But at the same time, he deserves to be in conversation. I got people saying he's not top 10, he's not this, he's not that. Based off of what? Because in 2007, the Spurs elite defense shut his ass down. We seen many players, elite players have bad series against top defenses. We see that on many occasions. The stars of the 90s, the stars of everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So why hold LeBron to a standard that he can't have a bad playoff season when his offense was predictable at that stage in his career? He didn't have the players around him that were necessarily championship caliber compared to that Spurs team, and they didn't have the coaching that Greg Popovich brought to the table at that time. So I just think they got outplayed by a better team. He lost. No excuses. He got his ass whooped. You know what I'm saying?
I think everything that you're saying is fair. I don't disagree with anything that you said. The only thing that the reason why I'm talking about it is because there's a lot of people that want to hold Jordan's early season losses in the playoffs to count against him, but they want to say, well, at least LeBron James got his team to the finals. Yeah, he got his team to the finals in 2007. They went up against a good, experienced team. But those games were winnable, and we can always argue if LeBron played LeBron type of basketball, that he set the standard of in that playoff run, they could have at least made the series a little bit more competitive. Now, yes, Jordan had the 96 season and the 92 season against the Knicks. He didn't have a very good shooting series. He didn't. But he had moments in those series. Like, remember, they went up 3-0 against Seattle because of game 3. Jordan poured in 36, and the game really wasn't close by the fourth quarter. We had the game 2 against New York, 92. Jordan shot like ass, and I want to say he shot like ass again in game 4. And then that's why that game 5 was so important for that clincher. Or that game 6, I'm sorry. That game 6 was so important for that clincher. So he was able to snap out of those things. I feel a loss is a loss, regardless if it's the first round or the finals.
I agree.
It's
100%.
a loss.
It's a loss. No teams don't play harder in the finals than they do in the first. You got to get past the first round to make it to the next round. So don't tell me teams ain't playing with giving it they all in first, second, and third rounds. You know what I'm saying?
We don't give out Eastern Conference trophies like they do in the NFL in the championship games. We don't give that out.
Right.
Just because you made it to the finals, the ultimate goal is to win the finals. Nobody counts second place in any time except this new media. And
I disagree with that. I think making the finals I think making the finals is an accomplishment, brother. I mean, granted, you're not the champion. Granted, you second place, but that's still an accomplishment. Karl Malone and John Stockton elevated their legacy by making it to those back-to-back finals. They're not in no GOAT debates or anything like that, but they was marred as a first-round, second-round exit team, and making it to those finals elevated their legacy, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fair, and I like this type of discussion because I say this all the time. This is what real men can do. We don't have to agree on everything, but at least I'm always going to give you a chance to give the reasons why you feel the way you feel. So let me ask you this question. Where do you put Elgin Baylor and Jerry West?
I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I'm 43 years old, and
me too. You an 81 baby or
81? December of 81.
So I'm August of 81, so we're both 81 baby. Shout out to you.
Shout out, brother. But I'm not gonna sit up here and disrespect them dudes' era by speaking on what they did when I didn't watch enough games, I feel, to really comment on those players. I can go look at NBA reference, and I keep that consistent from the Wilts to the. I can't sit back and watch 3 games and tell you how great of a player Wilt is. That would be a disrespect to him, in my opinion.
And the only reason why I bring that up, I don't bring it up to discredit anything that you're saying, but you make a good fact where you say that it's an accomplishment.
Yes.
But Jerry West and Elgin Baylor went to over 8 finals.
Right.
Elgin Baylor didn't win any. So does that accomplishment in apples to apples, people don't put Elgin Baylor in a top 15 or a top 10 because he made it to the finals, but they put Jerry West in the top 15 because he was able to go to the finals even though he lost 9 times. It was that one victory with Wilt that they hold on to, and the reason why I say we can.
Okay, and fair, I got you. That's fair. So where do you have Jerry West?
Personally, I'll keep Jerry West right where he is, around the 15 to 20. And the reason 15. Why I keep him around that, and it's kind of similar to what you said. I never got a chance to put my eyes on Jerry West. However, I do know what Jerry West meant to the Lakers because they were perennial losers after Mikan.
Right.
And I know what Jerry West did for the game as a whole. So that's 100%. Why I keep him elevated. Not just his basketball career. He's had over 6 dynasties that he has been a part of. So that has to count for something.
His GM scouting career might outweigh his basketball career, and that's saying something.
You took the words right out of my. You took the words right out of my damn mouth, dude.
Right.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Arguably the best GM ever. I don't even want to say arguably.
No,
I just
I'm
say he
not.
is the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can tell we both were born in '81 because I don't argue that. I think
Right.
it's better than Red Auerbach's. I think it's
Right.
because he was able to coach and GM during a time where there was only a handful of teams in the league. So
Right.
when you're able to, and there was no free agency. So if you have Bill Russell, you got Bill Russell's contract for the rest of his goddamn career, not for
Right.
six,
Right. They
not for
they
6 years.
manipulated the system back then, and even the draft system and the whole thing. It was a lot of little sneaky fugazi stuff going on back then that helped Red Auerbach build them dynasties.
And Jerry West, as we're talking right now and getting ready to talk about OKC and Minnesota, Jerry West's legend is living on through SGA because he drafted SGA to the Clippers.
Facts.
So that just goes to show you, even in his diminished times of his life, we didn't know he was getting ready to leave this earth. He
Right.
still knew how to get talent.
Oh man.
So imagine if the Lakers wasn't on that power trip and kept him with that franchise. We might be watching SGA with the Lakers.
With the I thought the Clippers drafted him.
Yeah, but I'm saying if he would have stayed with the Lakers franchise.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Instead of them banishing him in his last years,
You're
he
right,
would have still been picking talent for them.
Right. No. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Right. So, well, shit. The Clippers, I understand why they did it, but hindsight always 2020. Man, they let go of a amazing player. I understand why they did it. Kawhi wanted to come. Kawhi wanted Paul George there. So, and OKC drove a hard bargain with him. So I get all that, but yeah, that SGA is showing improving right now, man.
Look, this is why I love basketball because I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. We don't have a basketball team. Our basketball team has been in Atlanta for years. So I was able to not really attach myself to just one team. I attach myself to the league. So when I see the league doing good, I'm happy. When I see a team that used to be in Seattle have an opportunity to win an NBA championships for the first time since 2012, I'm for it. I remember the Kevin Garnett and the Marbury Timberwolves all the way up to the Kevin Garnett and the Springwell Timberwolves that lost to the Lakers in the conference finals. So watching Minnesota get back-to-back years of exposure in the conference finals makes me feel good. It's good for the league. Watching a young Halliburton make his legacy against the Knicks for Indiana makes me feel good.
Don't it give you a little bit of goosebumps, man, when he hit that shot to send it to overtime to throw the hands on the neck and give you a little bit of goosebumps, like man, and it's been a great playoffs, man.
Right, we were in our 40s and we're like, I've seen this before.
Right. We was right there going crazy when it happened. Watching those games, and I didn't have no great basketball IQ or nothing like that, but I just enjoyed. You seen that play and you going crazy in your living room. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? No, he did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So.
2 threes, 8 points in less than 6 seconds.
Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Did Reggie just do that? Did he seriously just do that?
Did he just do that? And no, that stuff was amazing to me, amazing to watch. So I got appreciation for basketball, and I respect these players. Could all of them play in the past? Probably not. It might have been a difficult game, but I'm of the mindset that the cream of is always going to rise. I don't care from what area, from Russell to Wilt to Baylor to Jerry. These guys are all-time great players, and if they grew up in the time of their era. I'm not saying take them out and drop them in it right as they were. I'm saying if they grew up in this era, I feel they would be great basketball players because they have a knack for basketball and they have the skills, the athleticism to be great basketball players. So they would adjust to the times and be great in any area, just like Mike, just like Pippen, just like Barkley, just like all the great players, just like Earl Pearl, just like, you know what I'm saying? Wes, whoever you can think of that was great in their era, Dr. J's. I think they'll be great in any era. The cream's gonna rise to the top.
Let me ask you a question because you're cooking with hot grease in the green Folgers can right now. Give me your assessment of OKC Minnesota. Tonight's game.
And this no cap, you know, no BS. I picked OKC in 5. I just thought that what Minnesota posed on offense, OKC could deal with their elite defense. The way they scramble and turn their defense to offense and actually almost play offense on defense, the way they attack, the way they make you force you into bad decisions, the way they swarm. I thought OKC didn't have that stalwart like a Jokic. You can say what you want about Jokic, but offensively, he's a monster. And what teams have to do to stop him, I think, caused problems for OKC, even though they were able to overcome with their great defense. But I thought this was an easier matchup for them just by what Minnesota presented. As great as Ant is, and a good player.
Down by 15 right now, by the way.
I see that. I'm watching it 12-27. I
12
just
to 27. Nice.
Yeah, I just think OKC just got too much. Mostly defensively. Offensively, they're good. You know,
I agree.
Offensively, they're good, but defensively, they just too much. They're just too much. Even if Ant has a good game, I just don't think OKC has enough with the McDaniels and the Randalls. And Randall's gonna have good games here and there. I just don't think against this defense he could just be a consistent, reliable 25 to 30. So,
well, I'm right there with you. I just got to get a couple of questions in while you're sitting up here deep frying with fish, catfish, jack, all that stuff. You get ready to go to the hush puppies in a minute. But we was always
go and make a run.
We was always taught that defense travels
right
on the road at home.
100%.
Now we seen Minnesota do their hardest, and of course, there's nothing like having your home crowd behind you.
Right.
But I've watched OKC go down by 25 and come back. I've seen it this playoffs.
Right. So they're gonna grind. That defense is gonna grind you down, and you're gonna make mistakes. And I predicted that Minnesota will win this game because they're gonna have a big lift from their home crowd, and we all know role players are gonna shoot better at home. You know what I'm saying? The McDaniels, the Nas Reeds, gonna knock down some threes for him and stretch the defense a little bit this game. So I give him a good chance to win this game, but I think all in all, OKC is just gonna be too much.
All right, let me read a little bit of the chats. I got Chess ready that says 6 finals losses with super teams, and then he shouts out the reasons. I got Alex Herring Jr. that says salute to you. Chess ready again says I got OKC in 6, and I got Pacers in 6, and then he said OKC and Pacers have the depth. What do you think about those chats?
6-4 against 4-6 against with a super team. He played against some super teams as well. If Kevin Durant doesn't go over there to Golden State, we might be having a different conversation. We may not. That's all hypothetical. But we all know that was a great team, a 72-win team, 73-win team that added one of the greatest players of that generation to it. So, I mean, that's fair. If that's the way you assess, your best players just off their finals record, then, by all means, I'm not here to knock your opinion on it. I think it's context behind some of those wins and losses. I think him not having Kyrie and Kevin Love played a big factor in that. No excuses, but that's a fact. That's what happened. I don't know too many players who have won without their second and third best players on the floor. Won championships. If you can name them, please go ahead. So that's just all. That's just all a lot of context behind those losses. But in 2011 and 07, he played bad. And those losses are on him. Point blank. Period.
Cool. What do you think about when he says OKC in 6 and Pacers in 6?
I give if I give a team a better chance of coming back, I'm gonna give the Knicks. I'm gonna give the Knicks a better chance. Now both are unlikely.
That's
obviously,
interesting.
when you go
that's very interesting.
Yeah, when you go down 0-2 in the series, obviously, the odds are against you 100%. So likely both those teams are going to lose, but I slightly get a Knicks a better chance than only because I think OKC isn't that good. And I think the Pacers are good, but I don't think they're OKC good.
It's funny you say that because I think that game 2 game, the way Brunson looked, they look like a team that's defeated. That looked like that was their game 7. And they just we will see in game 3 if they're going through just the motions. And I hope they don't just go through the motions.
Me either.
That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad to give up both games on your home court. You need to go down there and beat them twice at their house just to get home court back.
Right. No, it's tough sledding. To lose at home like that is tough, but it's gonna show you what Brunson and Bridges and all their boys is made of, and see and Tibbs if he gonna galvanize the troops, and they're gonna have some fight. Man, like I said, I only say that because I think OKC is that good this year. I only say that, but both teams are up against it now, and I think both teams that are up 2-0 are going to win the series. Obviously, in my opinion.
Well, they're halfway
How
there.
you feel about
so,
being a small market? How you feel about 2 small markets possibly at NBA final? How you feel about that? I think
I understand.
Great.
I think it's great for true fans of basketball, and not so great for the NBA. They're gonna have another finals that probably doesn't move the needle as far as ratings. So the NBA, I understand the NBA as a business's point of view on it. They probably don't like it, but for the true fans of basketball, I think it's great.
I only disagree because I think the way these 2 small markets are playing, they're not like they didn't hit teams that was injured and then they had a cakewalk. People are going to start to try to find out what's up with this SGA that I've been hearing someone about. What's up with this Tyrese Halliburton I've been hearing something about. Just the curiosity by itself could swing the pendulum of interest. And that's why I say you got to just let these teams play and let the fans let you know what they want to see.
I'd be surprised, but I would be all for it if the ratings were turned out to be good. But we saw when LeBron, got out of the playoffs, the ratings took a big dip. Casuals are going to be casuals. That's just, at the end of the day, casual fans are going to be casual fans. So I just think that they like big markets. They love the big names, and those is what drive the ratings. But if it does change and people start paying attention to these young stars that are out here, in my opinion, superstars are on the verge of being superstars, then I'm all for it, brother.
I got some more chat questions for you.
We all in the same boat. We all in the same boat, and this is what I've been preaching for a while. Even they do got good young talent in this league, but the thing about it is now they just want to start talking about it where they should have been doing that in the beginning. You see what I'm saying? That's where we get that disconnect with the casual fans. Like, hey, they do got great players. It ain't just LeBron. It ain't just Steph. It ain't just KD. Them players are getting older.
Yeah, they're on their way out.
Yeah, that's what I like with Benedict Mather, what he said. And they finally playing Terrence Shannon Jr. finally now. He should have been
And
playing.
one. Yes, sir.
He won. But I
And now
like
you see the difference.
him and Dillingham. Like, I just don't understand these coaches like in the league. Because you know, Tyson, I love college basketball because that's where we know
I,
some of the great players that ever lived. They played. So
right.
majority of them play college ball.
Right.
That's why I know about these players and what they can do. And I can't stand how you got players that really put it all in the wood. You know, stayed 3 or 4 years, got better each and every single year, and then they just sitting there on the bench just looking. Get some of them get shuffled around because not every great player in college is gonna be on that. You know, get on a great team.
I got a question for you
Be
real
able to
quick,
use you.
and I
Good.
agree with you. Over the years, we've seen like AU basketball and all this specialized training that these kids go to. I got young kids, so you know, I played a lot of baseball growing up. So I got my kids playing baseball, my daughter playing softball, and we got hitting coaches and fielding coaches. I know they had that stuff when I was little, but we come from, you know, humble beginnings. We out there just playing in the backyard. You feel me?
Right.
You think with all this stuff, and do you think the gap between the stars and a bench player has gotten smaller? I think a lot of these guys got a lot of talent in the league. Even further on the bench, they don't get the time that you see, but you see guys come off the bench and they'll come in and drop a 40 piece real quick. You be like, who is that? I don't even know this dude. And you might know him because you watch a lot of more college basketball than I do. But you see dudes coming off the bench like that boy from Philly just came in the game, and you see him dropping buckets. Like, who is this cat? Do you think that talent gap from yesteryear, like in the 80s, 90s, whatever, has closed as far as how good these guys are, how good of talent these guys have at the end of benches?
Can I answer first, T
Well,
Price, and then I'll let you clean it up?
go ahead, man. You go ahead. You gotta go first.
Okay. I don't think the talent gap was the issue. I just think the style of play is easy for somebody to get 40 the way they playing back. Keeping space and this, that, and other. We didn't see a lot of that where the paint was closed up and hard fouls and man-on-man defense where your center's sitting ready to play free safety to throw the shit into the stands. So
Okay.
I do believe that the talent has always been there, but the style of play allows somebody to come off the bench and shine just a little bit quicker than they did back in the times when defense was the emphasis in our day. Defense was always the emphasis.
Okay.
Go to the hole in the playoffs. Guess what's happening to you? You go into the ground. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They're gonna make you.
Inside out, and they had centers too. They play inside
Right.
out back there.
100%.
And then we seen the Jordan trade. Even when Jordan was playing and everything like that, all the great shooting guards, you know, that was in that era. But they always one thing some of the shooting guards had was a big man that actually can score it down low.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or block shots, a defensive player. You know, that's what made the game so neat. Like with me, you know, I'm trying to get accustomed to it, but it's just very hard for me to watch it because everybody's not the Warriors, man. You're not Steph, you're not Klay Thompson. You know what I mean? You got to have the right players. That's one thing that used to drive me crazy about Boston. You are not Golden State, bro. You're not. You're not. But, you know, it's a copycat league. And now you don't have coaches that can really coach. And that's why I was asking my boy, I want to ask you, how many real coaches y'all think that's in this NBA right now that really let the I'm talking about a team that really let the coach the team?
I can't really speak to that too much, brother. I don't know what goes on in these locker rooms. I don't know what the coach necessarily is drawing up on the. I can watch it and see, you know, and most teams run a similar style, pick and roll, you know, pick and pop type of offense to create their mismatches. I just think that's just the league, pick and rolls. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's just the name of the game. create mismatches. Is it bad coaching? I can't. I don't know. To me, you talk about all these, but what Golden State had was defense. You know what I'm saying? They tops in the league in defense. Boston, when they won, they tops in the league in defense. So defense to me is still the constant. OKC with their elite defense. Defense is still the constant. So I want to push back on that a little bit. It's a different style of game, but defense is still a premium to me. Even though Boston shoots all these threes, the way they stayed in the game was their defense. When they go cold and you know what I'm saying, are missing shots, they gonna still be in the game because of their elite defense they had with Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday and Derek White and Tatum, and then Porzingis whenever he's healthy, and Al Horford cleaning up the mess, you know, down low. So I just think, you know, the game may be different, but I think the principles and the concept of defense winning championships is always going to be there.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Chess Ready in the comments. He says Brunson, Cat, OG, and Robinson ain't in basketball shape. LeBron would have traded Clay in the middle of the season. And then the answer about coaches, he said 10, and he also said the Magic coach is very underrated. Yes, the Magic coach is very underrated. I as well said 10. I think what T. Price is talking about when he's like how many coaches that teams allow them to not necessarily the X's and O's, but teach them how the NBA game is supposed to be played. The reason why this became a topic of discussion is because you see the last two games in the New York series 1 and 2, how the point guard Brunson, because of the way he could not control how the game was getting out of hand, and we all know that the point guard is extension of the head coach. How he tricked up game 1, and then he took that ill-advised 3 with 14 seconds on the clock, trying to hit the home run instead of just chipping away. Those things are part of coaching. Those things that when we used to watch basketball, point guards never did that.
Well, I disagree with that because, you know, we talked about, you know, how the Knicks let Reggie Miller do that we blame that on coaching, right?
Yes, but it wasn't the point guard. It wasn't Mark Jackson that threw the ball away. It wasn't Mark Jackson.
Right, but he's in charge of, you know what I'm saying, galvanizing those troops and making sure the right play is made. But I get what you're saying. And that's a fair point. But at the end of the day, you know, that still was a coaching blunder. But I got what you're saying as far as a point guard. But I just think, you know, they effed up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to blame that necessarily on Tibbs because that's probably not what maybe he had in mind. He might have pushed back on some of that shit that, hey, don't ever do that again. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
I get what you're saying too, Tyson, because I'm not the type person that, because we know in sports coaches always get the blame, right?
Right.
But then again, we always hear that it's player empowerment, that the players run the league, right?
Right.
So I look at it as a double-edged sword. But when it came to last night's possession, that was very bad by Brunson.
Sure.
You had plenty of time to run. You settled. You still had a timeout.
Right.
You know, and not only that, you should know. But then again, how I'm looking at it too, from a standpoint, is like, I know as older people, we like to critique like in the wrong way kind of thing. A lot of people would take it, but the message still makes sense in a lot of sense. Either you disagree or you're not. You can't afford that. You saw how you lost game 1. You saw how you lost game 1 because y'all I never seen a team literally come on the pole and say we took the foot off the gas.
You in the Eastern Conference. You in the finals. You in the Eastern Conference. Whatever Eastern Conference. Well, this particular case, you in the Eastern Conference Finals. You can't say that. You can't do that. So that puts you on the 8 ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm the type of dude, I watched the games 3 times. When I watched the game for the 3rd time, and I thought about what my boy just said, how Jalen Brunson looked and body language. Hope is over emotion, even though we know that the Knicks do play better on the road, but you put yourself behind the 8 ball. So basically, this game 3, it's a must win. It's like how right now the Timberwolves is handling business right now. Now they finally put in Terrence Shannon Jr. in the game. He's bringing spark, get a steal, get a deflection, get a layup. The boy can score. See what I'm saying? So, excuse me. They got punched in the mouth, and this is what they're supposed to do: respond. You at home, and then we got to see if they can do it for 2 more quarters. Cause we see teams get up big and lose in these playoffs.
100%, man. Yeah, no, I agree with what you said, but we see some big blunders in these playoffs. We put it on coaching, and rightfully so in some cases. Ty Lue with the Aaron Gordon tip in, you know what I'm saying? Why is 2 non-athletic, perimeter players trying to box out, or they didn't even try to box out Aaron Gordon. You know what I mean? And in that situation, that was bad scheming on his part. We seen OKC lost the close one to Denver when they was up. What was they up? If y'all remember that game, and they tried to play the foul game or whatever.
You talking about these playoffs?
Off the top of it.
Oh, against OKC.
I remember that Cleveland series when they did that foul game to Mitchell Robinson.
No, I'm talking about it was at the end of the game. Was it game 1 of that series? With the Nuggets.
It may have been.
Yeah, that game 1, and they tricked that game off. Man, they did some dumb stuff at the end of the game. They fouling to play the free throw game. They fouling when they could have ran time out. The dude wasn't even over half court yet. They foul in the back court. Don't take no time off the clock, and Aaron Gordon makes that game winner. You know what I'm saying? So, people panicking in those situations. I don't know if that's necessarily the coach's thing, but I get what you're saying. Though it's tough. It's tough whether we blaming the coaches or the players in all those scenarios. So I don't know. I think there's good coaches in the league. I think there's some bad coaches, and I think that's been throughout the history of the league.
How you feel? We talking about bad coaches. Who I think is bad coaches, right? Quinn Snyder. How he still has a job coaching?
No, I agree.
You had Donovan Mitchell. Boys at that time, Joe Ingles, who looked like Glass Joe. No disrespect.
Glass Joe, right?
He remind me of Glass Joe, bro.
Yeah, Mike Tyson punch out. Yeah,
man.
Yep.
Minnesota's getting that beat down and up by 26, man.
But by 26 right now,
man. And now, like I said, Niles Reed, this is their day.
Man, that home cooking, boy, the role players come out. That home cooking. Yep. Man, it's amazing to me. You just go look at the Clippers series. What's the boy Norman Powell? Who made the All-Star team, but to me, he's more of a role player. He's more suitable in that type of role. You just look at his home to away splits, and how he shot on the road and how he played at home. It's crazy to me. The basket's still 10 feet, my boy. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, I felt so bad for Norman Powell, though, but he didn't get it done. But the Clippers just disappointed him. It's like, I
I know the Lakers don't root for the Clippers, but but at the same time, they do got my boy Zubac over there, and I really
Yeah,
thought
so
like they was really gonna. I really thought they was really gonna do something. You know what I mean? But then again, when it's all or nothing, James
man,
Harden is missing on a milk carton. You
all
know
the
what I mean?
time, man. It hardly ever fails. It hardly ever fails, man.
It never fails, man. It's just
Yeah,
like, and then I felt like too. I said it on my stream when Bobby was talking about it. The Clippers should have swept that series, bro. It should even they let game one get away. They let game two get away.
yeah,
And it's just like to me, they should have I felt like they should have at least been up 3-0 at the time, even though the series didn't do, of course eventually went to 7 games, but I felt like there's 3 games the Clippers definitely gave away. And them games came back to bite it because you won one of them games, it wouldn't have been no 7 games. You see what I'm saying? But
right. I'm a Kawhi fan. He from my hometown right here in Mobile, Riverside. Um, but man, I just feel bad that the dude had to deal with all these injuries, and he played okay. He could have played better. But he getting a little long in the tooth, especially with all those injuries he's had to deal with in his career. But James Harden again, and but Kawhi don't escape some blame. He didn't get it done as well, so it just is what it is for them Clippers, man. It's just one of them organizations that can't get over the hump, man. They put some good talent out there. The Chris Paul, Lob City Clippers. We had expectations for them, they didn't get it done. Then we come back with Paul George and Kawhi. We got expectations for them. They can't get it done due to injuries or whatever have you. So it's just
how you feel about them letting go SGA? I always shout out to my boy Showtime. I always told Showtime, man, the Clippers gonna regret trading Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, man.
I was talking to the brother.
Seen him in college.
Oh yeah,
He's coming.
Right. I was talking to the brother about that. What's the brother's name? My bad.
That's Martavian.
Martavian.
Yeah. Martavian
Okay,
Mark.
I was talking to the brother Mark. Is Mark cool? I don't want to mess up your name.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
you can just call me Mark. Yeah.
Okay, for sure. I was talking to the brother Mark about that. The Clippers was in a tough situation, man, because they really wanted Kawhi to come, and Kawhi said, "I ain't coming unless you give me a star over here." And they went out to Paul George, and the rest is history. You know what I'm saying? So they was just in a tough situation. And in hindsight, we say, they did the wrong thing, or it was going to come back to bite them. But if that team, they put the talent out there to win chips, it just didn't come to fruition. So I'm not mad that they made that trade, but at the end of the day, it came back to bite them. But they was in a good position.
Right. I always liked the Kawhi. I never, got into like dogging them, calling them degenerate knees, because and all this. I just ain't never got into that with everybody, because I'm like, I always judge him. If he's on the court, that's what I go by. But this year, man, the Clippers, man, I like that they, it's just like, I don't know. It's like, because I remember watching the Clippers back in the day when it was just Quentin Richardson and I forgot that dude name. His last name is
Darius.
Bobby Simmons. I think his name was Bobby Simmons. I think he went to the he played with Q. And I remember they had Lamar Odom. I just remember the squads, man, that they had. Ola Candy.
Ola Candy, man. I go back to my cousin was a huge Clipper fan, man, and he had what's the brother's name? Norman. Was it Ben Norman?
Oh, I know. I remember Norm. Was it Norm Nipson went there? I know.
I think it was Ben Norman. He had a Ben Norman poster in his room. Ben Norman and Danny Mannings and you know what I'm saying? They was excited. Then they got the O'Bannon brother too, didn't they? Or am I tripping? No, he went to New Jersey. He went to New Jersey, right?
Yeah. You talking about
Ed O'Bannon? Yeah, from UCLA.
Oh, what happened to Chet? Oh, he's back up in his field. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was like, that's when I was a young boy watching them Clippers. Man, you used to go to Burger King, man. They offer you a free Clipper ticket, man, if you order a combo meal. That's how bad the Clippers was.
I remember living in LA at the time. This was back when when the Lakers won their first 2 championships and everything like that. You know what I mean? And I used to like the Lakers, but I was also a fan of the whole league because I tell the new generation, like every team had a set of stars that y'all don't know about. You know what I mean? If you actually really dig deep, you know, basketball is beauty. I understand they want us, like people like me, they want us to forget about it and everything like that, but it's hard for me to forget about it. And then when they sit there and disrespect the players in the past, that what gets my boys. But I'm like, whoa, like you can't do that. And my biggest gripe is, yes, these players are good, but we gotta, if they want to say these players want to play back in the past, okay, that's fine. But this is my only pushback. My only pushback. They play defense in those eras. And then they got to adapt to how the Wolves was playing in that era as well. You know, so that's like my 2 main factors of it. We never know because we never will see it. I know people want to entertain me. I don't entertain it. Nas Reed, as my boy Elise said, Nas Reed scored 20 points. They're going to win this game. They're up by 28. You got 10 so far.
Yeah. Right now it's cooking 2 for 2, 4 for 4. From the
I always tell people about Nas. Nas is dope. He's nice, man. He's a good player, man.
Oh, very good player. Oh, for sure.
College. He went to LSU. I was like, man, that dude's nice, man.
That's why
people always ask me, man, he's trash, man. I'm like, who this dude is? I'd be like, did you watch him in college? No, then I don't watch college basketball. Well, how you know how this player play and what he can do? Like you just going off the walls for nothing.
Yeah. You got that college info behind you. I don't really get into the college that much. I ain't got time to be watching. You know, I'm a sports fan. You know, I watch it all. I grew up playing baseball, so I watch baseball, basketball, football, and shit. My wife would kick me out if I started watching a whole bunch of college stuff too. She'd be like, "That's all your ass do." So
I watch tennis. I love tennis too. I'm big in
tennis.
Oh
man, I love it. I grew up watching tennis. I ain't watched much of it of late. I can't tell you too much about it of late, but I grew up watching tennis. My dad was a huge tennis fan, man. The Andre Agassi's, the Sampras, you know what I'm saying? All them cats, Federers, whatever. You know, I used to watch I used to be heavy off into tennis.
Yeah, I still watch it, bro. I still love it because that's one thing I love about tennis compared to any other sport. They don't take dumps on the legends that paved the way for these players. It's all about straight respect, and I love that about tennis. And then another thing a lot of love about tennis, it's just me and you, just us two, just me and you, and nobody else. And that person wins. Because I watched
that's the great thing
when it was Zena Garrison, and then I seen Serena, and I remember Martina. Martina was the truth, boy. Martina. And then you had
Martina Hingis?
Navratilova.
Oh, okay.
She played in the 80s and she dominated in the 90s too. Martina was a beast. She was married.
Oh yeah.
Was married to Billie Jean King, who was a former.
I remember her. Yeah, Billie Jean King. Yeah.
Man, I love that tennis, bro. Like, man, I remember Von Lindell. My boy McEnroe. McEnroe was a New Yorker. Used to cuss. I used to love all that stuff. And then being around people growing up in my life that's from New York, I'm like, that's how they are. They're very passionate. You know, they're very passionate people. You know, and I used to love McEnroe, Andre Agassi, Michael Chang.
Michael
Man, I remember
Chain, a
I
little
was
Asian
doing
dude. He was fast as hell running
yeah,
around that clay. yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
man.
Michael Chain. Yeah, I remember him.
Them girls was and them girls, yeah, Martina Hingis, yeah, all them girls had their chance. Mary Jo Fernandez, one of
Mhm.
the favorite ones me and my homeboy used to love. She was a very pretty girl one too. Gabriella Sabatini. Then you had Jennifer
Okay. Yep.
Capriati. You had
Uh huh.
Capriati. And man, there was so many of them, man. I could just go on and
There was
on
a
and
lot
just
of them.
yeah,
Uh
man.
huh.
But
Hingis,
I like
little, little
about
the little
today's
cutie. What was the little
era.
cutie name? Kornikova, Sharapova,
Oh
all
yeah,
them,
I
damn
remember, I remember
Eastern
Sasha
Europe.
Vujic used to date what you call it, but he don't date her no more. He was while he was playing for the Lakers.
Oh, Sharapova. I mean, what's her name? Kornikova.
Konikova, yeah, even though she's married now, but yeah, Sasha Vujic was dating him when he was playing with the Lakers.
Yeah. Didn't she marry
Yeah,
the Iglesias boy or something like that?
yeah, she did. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, he missed
yeah,
that
yeah.
dunk.
Oh yeah,
I
he
remember
had that. Got
Jalen
it back.
McDaniels. He's from out here in the West. He's from Tacoma.
Yeah, yeah. Uh huh. Nah, he a ball player, man. I like him a lot, man. He'll help any team he go to. He just an impact type of player. Gonna do all the little stuff. Gonna guard the best player on the team on the other team. You know, if he a 2 or 3, maybe even a 4. But he gonna go out there and guard, man. And he gonna knock down an open shot. And the crazy part is he don't get a lot of credit, but I mean he can go get you a bucket. He ain't gotta get set up for a shot all the time. He can go get you a bucket.
Yeah, he could get it. A lot of people don't notice that because I've been watching him since high school. Like he
Uh
could get his own bucket, man. But
huh.
he's a great option. My developers seen him actually grow because he can already, you know, drive and everything like that. You know, then he can develop a mid range game to go with it, and then he
Yeah.
got size too. Work on your
Yeah.
little post up, you know, because I'm used to players adding something to they. Every year you see some that you seen all the great ones add something to their game every single year. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Shot by Ant.
Mm-hmm.
They see
Yeah,
getting
they cooking. Yeah, they wearing their ass out this game.
yeah.
See, now that's the old school coming out of you. You lost me when you said develop a post up game. Ain't nobody running no post ups for Jaden McDaniels. You better knock it off,
Right.
OG.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even that, you know, because you know how they like to do mismatches, right? It's a lot of cross matches, right? And
Right.
let's just say he get the ball at the he get the ball in the paint.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
he can do what he
Nah, just
wants.
little
He's
moves like
tall,
that,
he's
lad. I know what you're
lanky.
saying.
Yeah.
A little
It's just
jump
like
hook or something. Oh, that's a nice finish.
yeah,
Damn,
it's just
Randall.
like let me give you another great example, Tyson. It's just
Mm-hmm.
like with Bridges, right? When Bridges had Halliburton on him. In
Uh-huh.
your mind, you like, man, like, okay, like, why you ain't dominating that matchup? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta punish him.
You got you can't let stuff like that fly. You
Mhm.
know, like especially like a player that's in the NBA. You know, like that's disrespect. That's like, for instance, like I don't do hypotheticals or anything like that. So we just doing it for shits and giggles, right? That's like me going out there and trying to guard a Bridges or any NBA player. You
Mhm.
feel what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's levels to this. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you know, I've seen videos of the dudes that people didn't think that wasn't nothing, but you put them in any gym or any place, you see why they're a professional athlete and you're not.
100%.
You see what I'm saying?
They had what was that dude? Scalabrini went like on a tour,
Oh,
just going to open gyms or whatever, and just cooking, just destroying people. Like, don't get it twisted. Y'all call me a bum out here compared to these professional players, but I will destroy you, bro, easily.
that part.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know some people that play overseas, made a career playing ball overseas. That's why I always look up to the European,
Oh yeah.
the Euro League, because that a lot of people be always want to diss the EuroLeague. Man, I'm telling y'all, man, the EuroLeague is physical, man. That's the only thing that reminds you of 90s basketball is that EuroLeague. I'm telling you.
Right.
If you have still been in the 90s, man, you watch the EuroLeague.
Watch that EuroLeague. So you not a fan of today's game?
I'm watching it. I'm watching the development. I do like. My thing is this, and we just talked about it not too long ago. There is other great players, but the NBA is still can't let go of the players they want to let go. Now all of a sudden, now they want to talk about Shea Gildress. Well, I've been seeing them boys coming for a while. Cause let's talk about Shea first, right? Look at his progression since he got traded. Every year, OKC got better and better.
Oh, 100%.
The record explains it for itself. You know what I'm saying? They know how it is to be in a play-in situation. They first of all not make the playoffs, then be in the play-in, and then get put out of the play-in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just get better and better and better and better. You lost in the conference semifinals. Now you're in the conference, with Ant-Man, what he did last year. And look what he's doing this year. Yeah, granted, we could say Steph. I always said this. It's just my opinion. Even if Steph Curry would have played, I still think Minnesota would have won. That's just my opinion. I still thought that's just my opinion. Yeah, Steph would be able to give him a game, but to me, Golden State, they rely too much on Steph. You see what I'm saying? They rely too much. Even though he is their leader, they rely too much because you think about this too, Tyson. Look at all the players that they let go. Go to State. They drafted some good players. That they literally did. But did they use them correctly? No. And you already know what's my boy Draymond did to Jordan Poole. He fire punched him like barbershop.
Oh,
and
man.
got him up out of there.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And not only that, but Jordan Poole, I thought Jordan Poole was so good for that team because him coming off the bench, you already know he really fits what they like to do.
Right.
And that's another thing that you seen the older Steph Curry, right? When they was on their run, what's one thing they always had? They had big men that can score in the paint, and they can shoot the mid-range jumpers. And you had the Marquis Space who could shoot the three. You had David West who could score on the block, can pass. You see what I'm saying? And then you had Bogut, and then they had my boy looking like the guard Leandro Barbosa.
Barbosa. Don't forget about the men.
Man, them boys had a squad. Then they had David Lee,
the Mitty Merchant. Don't forget about the Mitty Merchant from the Clippers.
Oh yeah, I'm just
tore up his leg.
What's his name? Oh my God, what's his name?
I can't think of his name right.
I just watched a video about him too, because his cousin messaged me on TikTok and showed me a picture. He was just like, I know people gonna think this is a flex, but this is my cousin. And he looked just like his cousin.
What's the brother's name, man?
Oh my God! Yeah, now I gotta go to. No, it's on. Yeah, I see. Let me just go to LaShawn Livingston.
Sean Livingston for sure.
Yeah, Sean Livingston. Oh, hey, y'all talking about Paul George? Gruesome injury. He was the first gruesome injury I seen in the NBA.
Yeah, he snapped that thing in half, man. That was crazy.
That was when I seen that. And other than that, one player in college when his whole kneecap looked like a basketball. That was like that was when I was growing up. I was like, whoa, like teenagers, like early teens, like whoa. And he knew it too. And then when he saw it, he started calling for his coach. Man, that was crazy, bro. Man, they up by 31. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, they beating the brakes off them boys.
Now we're gonna see how OKC
See, I don't even
respond.
look at it like this. To me, I mean, obviously Minnesota's playing well, but they not 30 points better than OKC. So either OKC ain't came to play, or you know what I mean. Like this ain't even OKC didn't even come out here to play today.
It don't look like I've been watching the whole game, and they're very sloppy with the basketball. At one
Yeah,
point, this first half, they had more turnovers than they actually had field goals, and that was a good series right there, the Kobe Indiana series.
oh yeah.
And a
That
lot of
was
people forget about that dude too, the Duncan Dutchman.
oh
Man, he
yeah,
was
yeah.
nice too.
The
Rick
Dutch boy in
Smith,
the paint.
man,
Yeah,
Smith, man, that dude,
Rick
that
Smith.
tall dude was Rick Smith was man, that dude was nice, bro.
No,
I
he was a
and my
nice center.
And I remember watching I remember Jack Sickman from back in the day. He was another cold white boy, Kiki Vandeweghe. Even I started watching
Jack Sigma,
videos
he ain't
of
before
that.
your time. That's before your time, ain't it?
What's that?
Jack Sigma.
I remember Jack Sickman when he used to play for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, that was like was that
I'm 46,
the
Tyson.
early '80s or is that all the way
Yeah,
through the '80s?
I'm 46, so I'm about to be 47 this year. I
Okay, you
remember
got a
all
few
that.
years on me then.
Yeah, cause my
Okay,
dad used to
okay, yeah,
my dad, cause my dad used to love basketball. Like even my uncles, even my uncles in Georgia, their favorite team and their favorite player was the Lakers, and they used to love Magic Johnson. And I had uncles they loved Magic Johnson, but they also loved Michael. They also used to love Dr. J.
oh for
And
sure,
matter of
yeah,
fact, my uncle had that poster when he still got. I don't know if he still got that poster up, but he had that poster up since we was kids, man. Since I was kids.
with the cradle dunk.
Um, the crater done when he dunked over Michael Cooper.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God! It was, and then he had Magic Johnson right next to him. Then he had
right.
Worthy. Man, 'cause my uncles, man, that's they love Magic. That's why a lot of people are like, how you from such and such and you a Lake? I'm like, dude, like the Lakers, man. That's all I know. But I learned how to respect other teams because that's how it was growing up. Because you always
Yeah,
had them old. I
yeah,
always had them old people in my ears. Like, you want to know about this player? Here, go check this player out. That's how I know so
right.
much about Wilt because I lived in Kansas,
Uh-huh.
and I had the assets going to KU and just man, it's crazy how many records this man has, but this man still get disrespected. That's what it's just like.
Who
I
you talking about, Sigma?
I just take it with a grain of salt. It's just what it is, but it's mainly a mainstream media kind of thing. 'Cause I'm telling you, Tyson, there's people I talk to basketball about all the time when they see me at my job. You know who and these older people, they in their 70s and 80s.
Right.
They said Wilt Chamberlain is the most dominant player they ever seen in their life. In their life.
100%. 100%.
And people talking about Shaq, I'll be like, dude, Shaq ain't got nothing no Wilt. Only reason y'all say Shaq got some of Wilt because of the championships, but the records, yeah, they want to go to records. Man, that man got records that will never be touched. Never,
Right. Really,
never.
really, really. To me, I'm of the mindset that you don't even need to compare these dudes, man. It's no comparison. Just respect everybody for what they did in their era. Period. You ain't gotta. We ain't gotta have no LeBron, Jordan debate. You know what I'm saying? You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? LeBron was great in his time. To me, if you feel different, that's fine. But Jordan was great as his time, no question. Wilt, Jerry West, all these dudes is all. Now you can compare Jerry West
I'm all the
to
way. I'm all
Russell,
the way at thou wow with you on everything that you're saying right now. I get it.
right?
Like everybody's great. Is one thing I always say too. Everybody that played the game already, everything, it's all set in stone. It's over with. Ain't no changing it. Ain't no
Right.
confusing it. And it's just like where does the disconnect come from? Like people that look like us, we get it, but then at the same time, you get a hothead
want to disrespect old school players, and something I've been saying for a long time too. They want to sit there and try to equate numbers and try to put it in today's time without understanding how basketball was played at that particular time.
It's a different game.
It's a whole different game. They don't like to give context to a lot of stuff. That's why people like me, like you, and people like many others, when we explain it, you got people that's gonna go out deaf ears. That's just what it is. But I'm one of the type of people, even though it's going out deaf ears, sooner down the line, you could be like, "Whoa, what he said,
Right.
or whatever."
It's all sports though, T. It's all sports though. Like you gonna say that McCaffrey is better than Emmett because he got more receiving yards. You know what I'm saying? It's a different game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a different game. They didn't use the running backs like that back in those days. They stuck it in their chest and they ran between the numbers. It's a different game.
No, Tyson. No, McCaffrey's better because he brings more to the game. He's better.
Right.
He's better in shape than Emmitt Smith. And even though he didn't even play in the Super Bowl, he was more vital to his team for what he provided. So no, even though Emmitt Smith won 3 rings, that means nothing because Emmitt Smith couldn't play in the league today. He just couldn't. He couldn't do what McCaffrey does today.
Or Barry Sanders, one of my favorite ones.
I like Barry more than I like Emmitt. I'm sorry. It's just the way he moved, the way he made people look stupid, the way it's like you seem like you got him, and then he just get a head of steam, and next thing you know, you're chasing him for 60 yards. Yeah, Barry was the GOAT.
And to me,
you can put either one of them. For me, it's like either one of them. But I watched Barry Sanders when he was he's from Wichita, Kansas, right? So he went to Oklahoma State too,
right?
And I've seen. And I never seen a dude that gave the NFL hell. Not only the NFL hell, just like Emmitt Smith did, but they did it in a different way. But you talking about
100%.
a division killer, man, he used to give that whatever that division, the NFC North, he used to give that division. He gave that division hell because some of his best games that we ever seen this man play, it's always been on TV when the bright lights.
The Packers, the Bears,
the Bears, Chicago. He killed the Vikings.
He will kill Tampa Bay on Monday night, on Sunday night, Thursday night, Wednesday in the park. I don't know how many times I used to watch Brett Favre have the lead, and then with Scott Mitchell, they would just run the ball 10 consecutive times, and they'll stop him 9, and it'll be that one time that he takes that damn ball.
He go.
And he drives it down their goddamn throat.
Oh, man. Hey,
remember when they used to have you remember in ESPN Sunday Night Football, they used to have the heartbeat of Barry Sanders runs? Well, it'll be like stop, 60 yards. Stop, 80 yards. Stop, 75 yards.
Oh, man.
And remember, Barry Sanders is one of 6, I do believe, that had 2,000 yards in the season, and his team didn't even make the goddamn playoffs.
Right. No, that's wild. Detroit was that bad. But and that's a comparison to me because they, same era, same. I don't mind people comparing Bill Russell to Wilt. That's a fair comparison. Same rules, same era.
That part.
Right.
I'm with you 1,000%. This is what gets me crazy. How you gonna compare a player that in another era where they don't play against the same rules? This is what
the same rules.
Now, don't get me wrong. If these players was going by the same rules, but I did a stream where I broke down all the rules from the very beginning, and all the way to it. You see Wilt Chamberlain in the beginning, they changed it twice.
They had the
Right.
white in the paint because of Wilt Chamberlain.
Right.
And then
100%.
it just breaks down like all the way to, but you know, we always hear this point that they changed the rule for Jordan, and I just broke it down. I'm like, I'm a great fan of everything. My favorite player growing up was Magic Johnson, but I respected Michael Jordan. I respected Mike. Cause Mike, when Mike was there, he was there. Just like Pippen. Doing that team, that's why to me, when this is what gets me going with people, they're like, well, Michael Jordan lost. Like, dude, okay. That what makes the journey so great with all the great ones who lost. And then once they won. You see, so when they got to that level, they stayed there. Even winning championships, even if they still get putting out, they still doing what? Giving they all. They were still giving it all. Consistency on both ends of the floor. That's what I'm so used to seeing. And they try to say, yes, they are players that I do like in this era. I like Steph. I like KD. I think all this stuff is just media. Media has driven the media now. Is just once Stuart Scott died and all the other people that left off ESPN, you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about the real ones. You know what I'm saying? I don't know which real ones they got left because they all claim that they real. But if you look at it, you can tell the ones that are bought and paid for because they don't. ESPN used to be an all balancing field. Now they pick and choose who gets smoked and who doesn't.
Well, to me, if you look at it, to me, the debate shows are what ruin basketball discourse.
Yes, I agree 1,000%.
Yeah, that's what that was the cold pizza to the first takes and all that. That's what, and then everybody wanted to copy that style of platform, and then it just became and then social media, of course, and then everybody had to have a hot take. You got cats like what's the boy from UCLA? He be having some of the worst takes I've ever heard in my life, man.
Are you talking about that light-skinned dude that was
center,
a 15 on him? He was a 15 overall on 2K Sports, but he went to sit up here and act like he got a penalty. He looked like Mars Day stretched out little brother.
yeah.
Ryan
McCoy.
Not Collins. Ryan. Fuck.
I can't think of his last name. Yeah, but you know who I'm talking about. He be coming up. I'd be like, what the hell is this nigga talking about, bruh? He be out left field with his takes. And, just people coming up there, man, it's a hot take type of world in politics and sports. Everybody got to do something to make a name, say something to make a name. So, and it all started with the debate shows, man. They just saying stuff to win an argument at this point.
I don't think it started with the debate shows because the debate shows everybody used to like have valid points. I think when it became personalities, even Stuart Scott and Rich Eisen used to have debates on certain topics, but when people started to have a leaning towards one player and you will omit facts about that one, you're only allowed to talk about the success of the one player. That's when, I'm represented by Clutch Sports. And no, I don't think this playoff series loss was on LeBron. They was like, yeah, but you compromised though. Yeah, everybody knew that Rashad, Ahmad Rashad was Jordan's dude, but he still criticized him. He still said it was a bad look to go to Atlantic City down 0-2 against the Knicks.
Yeah, I agree with you to a certain extent. Don't get me wrong, but
no, you're supposed to agree to me with 100%. Come on,
bro. I just think this media is different, bro. This media now
they are so kind of different. You ain't lying.
They different, bro. Jordan, all the stuff that came out about Jordan, post career, and even the stuff about the gambling with cocaine dealers and thugs and the debts and all this type of stuff. I mean, that was it was talked about, but if that would have happened today, oh man, the media would have ran with it. It would have been all kind of rumors behind it, and they had the rumors about his dad. May rest in peace. I'm not here to cast no
Yeah.
dispersions, but I'm just saying that rumor mill of what happened with that. Oh my God, people would have been.
Yeah, I remember the rumors. I remember the rumors.
Yeah,
They
you
was
remember the
that's
rumors.
why
I
he
ain't gonna get
quit.
into all that.
Yeah. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, but can you imagine today's media, social media with that, and
Yeah, I
and
can
the,
imagine.
and the connections they would have drew, and the false lies they just came out with and put all over the internet that people just run with and stuff. It would have been a nightmare, bro. It would have been a nightmare. And then Jordan retiring after. Oh, come on, man. Oh my God. It would have been so damn ugly. But and again, that don't take away from any of Jordan's greatness, because what he put on paper is what he put on paper. What he put on wax is what he put on wax. You can't argue with it. You can't argue with.
But
You know what I'm saying?
I got
But
to ask you the question I've been wanting to ask you since you've been cooking for the last 45 minutes. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Godzilla or King Kong?
Oh, here we go.
Oh shit. Here we go.
Oh shit, man. Answer the question.
I'm going with I'm from California, man. And we right up here by the bay. Around there they put the gorilla on their back, man. I'm going with the gorilla, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm. Look now. See now, that was the right answer. That was your only answer, and it was the right answer. I don't believe in lizards like I don't believe that there was actually a good El DeBarge album. So I'm glad that the real G's know that it's all about the King Kong.
It's all about the King Kong, man. But man, that's crazy. But hey, man, I'm gonna let y'all get to it, man. I gotta go and get ready for work, man. This late night shift. But
oh man, you work late night.
Always welcome over here, bro. I'm doing my finale tomorrow, man. Cause y'all know I like to take us.
You shutting it down for the summer?
Yeah, I'm shutting it down for the summer. Tomorrow, either be tomorrow or be Monday.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I'll be around for it, but man, salute to you, man. Have a blessed summer, man, and then should we catch you on the other end?
Yeah,
and
bro.
Tyson, I want to thank you for coming in with actual basketball facts, no emotions. You didn't sit up there and start crying and talk about how you was abused as a child and all this other stuff.
Hey man, that's our generation though, bro. We cut from a little bit of different cloth. You get these young heads in here, it's gonna be something totally different, bro.
I got some for them. It's called facts, and I'm gonna beat them over the head with it.
Hey, keep doing your thing, brother. Salute to y'all, man.
All right, salute to you, bro.
Right on.
Brother. I know my day. I got an early one tomorrow too, but I'm gonna watch the rest of this game though.
OKC is getting murdered.
But oh yeah, 74-46, 28-point lead.
Well, so they did everything they needed to do. They came out, they jumped all on them. They're gonna have no reason for them not to be down on the 0-3 hole, which is good for them. I'm glad that because I don't have cable or anything, but is the Ant showing out?
Oh, Ant's balling. I can
Hey,
tell you
that's all I can ever want from him.
I can. He's 8 of 11, 72.7. He has 3 of 5 from 3, 1 of 2 from the free throw line. He has 3 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound. He has two assists, 2 steals, no turnovers. No, that's not Ant. That's my bad. He's 8 of 11, 3 of 5, 1 of 2. He has 8 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 3 assists. He does have 3 turnovers. He has 20 points. Julius Randle's 5 of 10, 0 of 2, 2 of 2 from the free throw line, 3 rebounds. He has 23.
Okay, so a consistent.
No, he has 12. He had 12 points. He's a plus 23, and it's a plus 20 in the plus minus department.
Cool.
They shoot
Well, we wanted
53%. They 9 of 21 for 3, 9 of 12 from the free throw line.
so that three ball is falling. Okay.
Yeah.
See, they weren't. They were shooting over 43s, and I think that was getting them into trouble. But it looks like they came out on a mission. I can't argue with anything that they're doing because it seems like it's working. They're up by 28 points. They're up by 25 plus. So they're sending OKC to the locker room with something to think about going into game 4.
Lou Dort
And
just
real
hit
basketball fans, that's all we can ever want.
and timeout. This 22-point lead as a Thunder hit a 3-ball. Timeout, Minnesota. And as far as Minnesota, as for OKC, Shea Gibbs is 4-11, 2 of 5 from 3, 2 from the line. He does have 4 turnovers, 4 assists, 2 rebounds. He's a minus 20. And then you got Jalen Williams. He is 2 of 7, 2 of 5 from 3, 5 of 6 from the free throw line. He has 3 assists. He's a minus 21. And then, they're 15 of 43, 35.9, 34.9%. They're 724 from 3-point range, which is 32%. They're 12 of 14 for the line, 85.7%. They got 3 offensive rebounds compared to the Minnesota's plus 3 in that. They got 17 defensive rebounds. And they got a total of 26 rebounds. As a team, they only got 10 assists. They got 10 assists on 10 turnovers. That's not good. That's not a good assist to turnover ratio. But again, you get smacked in the mouth, so we're going to see how you respond now. Because the road is never going to be easy.
No, it's not. And even if they Minnesota win tonight, which is going to be, it looks like it's going to be an impressive win. They're only doing what they're supposed to do. They're protecting home court. So even if they win game 4, in order for Minnesota to win, they gotta go on the road and get a W. It's just that's the way
Chess, I was
is.
thinking the same thing, Chess. Hey, Chess said some funny stuff, man. Chess around there, he said Barker was my favorite player as a kid, but Spreebell got me rolling with the Warriors. LeBron James started disrespect when he called himself the GOAT. Barry Sanders on Super Bowl. Tama Bowl was classic. I thought Ricky Henderson was the fastest man on earth when I was little, man. Rest in peace to Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson was he was one of my favorite baseball. I have a lot of great players that favorite players that I like and always gave them their respect. But I also knew that a lot of great players wasn't gonna win a championship too. I ain't diss them for not winning no championship when they lost to a better team. That man. Mama, there goes that man. Skip Bayless, Stephen A., the Morris twins, LeBron's new media goofy. Man, yeah. Why Doris Burke looked like Hillary Clinton? Man, I was thinking the same thing. He said, OKC will come back. The lead ain't big enough. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be telling 2 quarters. We're going to see. And shout out to my boy Leezy, too. I know he on the cookout with the family. Shout out to my boy Real Leezy. It's manufactured around this piece. See, that right there is a great dialogue, y'all. Great dialogue. Shout out to
Can
Tyson.
you hear me, T Price?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I had to switch headphones because my other ones died.
Yeah. Now I can hear you fine, bro. You good? Just got done just while y'all was conversating and stuff. You know, that's what I like. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, you know, that's one thing about talking in general. You can talk to somebody without sitting there getting all disrespectful and everything like that. As Jalen McDaniel hits he's on fire. And it's a 25-point game. Here's Shea in the paint, float game, short. That's off Shea.
7
Yeah,
7.
this is what we wanted, a response, and it looks like we got a response. It looks like we got a game, we got a series. Minnesota was able to do what New York was not able to do. Now, granted, it's game 3, and New York hasn't had that game 3, but the difference is New York pissed away 2 games. Now they're gonna have to go into Indiana, and let's see if they can actually put up. We don't expect them to go to Indiana and beat them by 28 or 30, but we expect them to go into Indiana and put up a real big fight.
Dort misses another 3. It's a 25-point ball game. 8 minutes left. Here's Randall. As my boy came out with a rap song. Pass it to Julius Randall. Pass it to Julius. He was trying to get him to go to Kansas. And then he ended up picking Kentucky. His Ant-Man dancing. Got Isaiah Joe on him. Splits the double. Nice reverse layup. That's what you're supposed to do. Keep that dribble alive. It's Joe for 3. Way short. D-boys can't throw nothing in the ocean. Anthony Edwards, 22 points, 9 to 12. That's a dunk. He missed it, but Rudy Gobert gets the putback, and they are beating them down. It's back to 29 after being down by 22. Yeah, I'm looking good. Williams, that's an offensive foul. They put pressure on you. They put pressure. And that's what Minnesota's supposed to do. Protect your home court.
Absolutely.
That was a nice spin. Nice English. That's going to be a top play. Yeah, that was a nice athletic play right there. Nice English off the glass. Using the backboard to protect the shot when you're getting your shot blocked. It's Conley, 81-52. Ant-Man steps into a 3-ball. Man, he is on fire. He got 25. He can't miss this game. And he's 4-6 from 3. 32-point game. Here's Isaiah Joe losing the ball. Pressure on him. And that's a foul.
Man, they still up by 30 deep in the fourth quarter.
They in the third quarter.
Oh, third quarter. Oh shit. They better try to figure this out.
I think it's too late for them to figure out. Nice elevation on the jump shot. Nothing but the bottom of the net. Here's Shea. Gets it up to Williams. He gets Isaiah Joe. He steps it to a 3. That's in and out. They can't make nothing. Here's Julius Randle. Back it down. Shea. He shoots off the glass, looking for a foul, and he got one. And we're going to see how OKC respond. Because the road ain't going to be easy. I still got them to win this series. Man, Chaz, it's hard for me. I got so many favorite Kansas players, man. It's just hard. I remember when I was growing up in Kansas, I remember Danny Manning. My favorite one, I used to like Frank Mason. Devontae Graham was a good Kansas player, guard-wise. Who else? I used to like Kurt Heinrich. Kurt Heinrich was cold. He was cold at Kansas. Of course, Mario Chalmers, Brandon Russ, that whole national championship team. There's so many good Kansas players, man. There was a lot of them. They put on that uniform. I root for them. Even though a lot of people consider Kansas a blue blood, but Kansas don't get the big time recruits like Duke and Carolina. You know, they get an All-American, but they don't have a star-studded getting like 5 or 6 McDonald's All-Americans like a Kentucky can get, and like that's how it always been to me.
I started watching Kansas in 95, 96. I started really paying attention to them when they had this young star named Paul Pierce, and I followed him all the way into the NBA.
Look how they did Paul Pierce, man. Cause you remember Paul Pierce would have came out, he'd have been a lottery pick, and he decided to come back and try to win a national championship. They dropped him.
Yeah.
That's
Did
when
you hear that?
Go ahead.
Did you hear about the real story about Paul Pierce getting stabbed up? When Benzino said that he was lying.
Watch that story again.
I don't know what the truth is because I done heard he got robbed.
Too.
You know, it was a beef with a chick. You know, so I don't know what the real story to that is because I know he didn't really talk about it for real.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing the most folks used to tell me is it's between him and the Lord and the devil. You know, because that's one thing about me. I know these people are humans and everything like that. Their lifestyle and my lifestyle are totally different. You know what I mean? Man, they hitting everything. 92 to 56. They
still haven't made it out of. They haven't made it out of the damn 50s yet. They're about to be down by 40.
No. Not blocked by Rudy Gobert. It's Ant-Man crossing over, step back, 3-ball. They call an offensive foul on him. Chest Ray said 9 out of 10 is over a girl. He said Paul Pierce was way better.
Of course.
I remember when they used to ask Paul Pierce, is LeBron better than you? He's like, man, no.
Hell no. And I still to this day blame Antoine Walker for that team not being better than what it was because similar to how Kobe used to come in shape and Shaq didn't, there was a lot of times that Antoine Walker came in out of shape. And, you know,
Julius Randle said, this is our shit. This is my shit.
Oh, okay. So you're up by 40, and that's what you're doing?
He said, this is my shit. He said, we're home. He said, we're home now. I was reading his lips.
Yeah, say that when you tie the series up. Don't say that when you just won one game. And the game ain't even over. Why would you give them that?
Now you do it again, beat them by having these blowouts in back-to-back games. Now you're saying something. But then again, it's like one of my favorite. There's a lot of interviews I used to like of players but Kobe interviews used to crack me up. Because asked Kobe was like, "You up 2-0?" And he was like, "Do you think we done it? Job ain't finished. You think we done anything? I don't think so." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like the job ain't done. You know what I mean?
Don't the next game have 8 points? You know what I'm saying? Because that's gonna make all this early trash talk a little redundant. You can't disappear in the next game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because like you say, it's always repercussions behind all that because we seen what flexing can do at time. You know, one thing, and I know Halliburton did the choke sign and everything like that, but he backed up that choke sign and was just like, "Hey, we won and we won game 2. Now it's pressure. Now, one thing that can make it seem like he's a legend in his own right in Indiana on this run that they have is the close of the deal. And compared to Reggie, he lost. When he did it, they won. So they got a chance to right them, to
to right their wrongs. But I still think it's going to be a small market NBA Finals, which I think is going to be good. I think it's going to be good. I think it's good for basketball, even though they want to say it's not. But a real fan of the NBA, we ain't like we ain't seen it before.
Absolutely, but that's why I don't go with the narrative. I never go with the narrative.
I don't care what the media want to be at, you know, in June and all that, because it's one thing that I used to hear. I used to hear old people used to say, "You can't pick your parents, man. You can't pick the time you was born. You can't do that. It's impossible. If we did, we'd all be perfect people, but we're not." I'm freaking dead. They really do have chickens or waffles.
Yeah.
I do not eat KFC. I don't eat fast food no more. That is like that is no. I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah. No chicken and waffles for you, T Price.
No. For KFC, no. I know a lot of people eat chickens and waffles because I remember when I was in culinary school back in the day, my homeboy made some chickens and waffles, and then he was like, this is what my family eats in the West Coast and everything like that. So he made chickens and waffles, and he made scrambled eggs and everything like that. I was like, man, that's different. I was like, where the grits at? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, no grits, just chicken and waffles. I'm like, all right, okay, touche.
Yeah, the last time I had chicken and waffles was at this place called Golden Pancake, and the waffles was good, but the chicken was trash.
They hit everything. Like, they put their bench
frozen in. Chicken.
Put the bench in. Just empty out the whole bench. Yeah, I'll just leave the bench players in there for the rest of the game so you can get a spark from them. But this is domination. If Ant-Man and them don't need to be in the game right now, I'll take them out too. This game
it's going to be one of them D Rose injuries in the playoffs. Keeping them in too long when the game is already decided. So any one of your major pieces, pull them out and let's get the bench in there. Let's get some of these rookies in there and use some of that youth. Get some of that on the job training.
Now, because now they're playing every other day now.
Right.
Anthony Edwards still in there dropping bombs. It's 159. Chet is way too injury prone. Hey, he's still early in his career. I've seen players have early injuries though too, and still end up having a decent career. You know what I mean? But you already know when you're a big man, especially in this era, y'all gotta forget. You forget Chess, his first game, he didn't get a chance to have a rookie season because he was at the Kemba Jamal crossover in Seattle. And guess what happened to him? He stepped on Jay Reed's foot.
Yeah.
They didn't even get a chance to have a career. A rookie career. You flexing, you up, man. You supposed to, man. You up by 40 something.
Right. Cut that shit out. Like I said, this game don't tie the series up. So I don't understand what all the celebrating is about. You don't win because you won at home. Because if that was the case, OKC won at home twice. Celebrate when you win the series convincingly, tie the game up, or force a game 7. I don't know, but not when you still down by a game.
And another thing too, Chess, we gotta look at it like this. Chet, yeah, he been in there 3 years. He lost his rookie year. He didn't play his rookie year. He played 80. He played 82 games, I think, the second season, and then he was hurt this season too, so we ain't be able to see what we can really do. I always judge a player by year 6 or 7. By 6 or 7 years, especially a lottery pick, unless you do got some that what's the word I want to say? They hit late, later on in their career.
Late bloomers.
Yeah, late bloomers. And then also too, a lot of these players, it starts, and that's one of the few times OKC got to the paint. Why y'all still got Rudy Gobert and Anthony Edwards out there, and they probably ain't gonna play the fourth quarter. They better not play the fourth quarter, but I'm not even gonna do it either though. So this is why I'm not big on. I know a lot of people say they doing this without Chet Hogan and everything. I'm like, okay, that does let you know what kind of team that you have, but you don't want to be like these other teams that we seen. They give up on the player too early, then the player end up blossoming somewhere else, and then the fan base will be like, well, why you didn't do it for us? Because you pulled the trigger. I see a lot of teams. Look at Obi Toppin. The Knicks gave up on him. Look what he's doing in Indiana.
Tyrese
Halliburton, Sacramento. The list goes on and on and on and on. But yeah, I'm about to end this stream though, man. I appreciate it.
It's been a blowout. They're guaranteed at least game 5. So there it is.
Yeah.
I want to shout out everybody in the chat. Want to shout out Tyson, Elise, Ron Time for his special appearance. Everybody that had great conversation, man. I'll be here for the finale tomorrow.
Yeah. If it ain't gonna
Thanks
be tomorrow,
again, T-Price.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow for sure. But anyway, yeah, no doubt. Like, share, subscribe, man. Hey, Minnesota, you did what you're supposed to do. Now let's see what you can do. Can you duplicate it? Because every game is different. Every game is different. Now OKC got smacked in the mouth. Now we got to see what they're gonna do. Blessings to everybody. Salute Chess. Salute everybody once again, man. Like, share, subscribe. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace.